in my mind, and the alcohol and everything is best.
It's always a week. Why's it always seem like I'm moving backwards? Caught up in a dream, everybody's actors. Why's it always seem like people change faces and nothing is real? Better days. Yeah, you know, I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been so patient with you, don't you know? I've been so down with you, and you know it. You never come around, and I show it. Just give me one chance right now, and I won't blow it. I won't blow it. Oh. And you know, I see better days. Yeah, you know, I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on you. Yeah, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Been waiting on your call right now. I wanna hear your voice somehow. Yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh.
Hey,
Let's get connected.
connected. Let me be the calm when it get hectic. Let me be the one knowing you left it. Connected. Let's just hit the plug and get connected. Feel it through your body, don't want my lecture.
If you feel the way I do, go make your move. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night. So feel the way I do, go make your move. 'Cause I need you to
perfection. Can't wait to make you my selection. North side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected.
Let's get connected. The way I do. Gonna make you move. 'Cause I need you and me for the night through. The way I do. Gonna make you move. 'Cause I need you.
I need you. North side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected.
Eu não sei quando parar. Só quando você voltar.
Underway with our second day with 2 matches ahead of us. I'm excited to see how it goes. Second half of this week means a lot of exciting matches, some a little bit heavier weighted than others. My name is Orbital, with me is Ancient Angel, and we'll be your casters for these matchups. Angel, how you doing today?
I'm doing good, right? We're back week 3 of Division 1 Valorant, and we're starting things off with Ohio State versus Maryville. And I'm not gonna lie, we talked about learning opportunities. This is the chance for growth out of Ohio State when we talk about a Maryville team that, I mean, undefeated, I think. Maybe one loss.
Yeah. I mean, if we were talking about West Virginia, I think yesterday as being a new protagonist in the scene for Div 1, we're looking at Maryville as like the anti-hero, or I would almost say the antagonist. A lot of teams looking to take them down who are sitting at the very top. This squad has been setting this standard of excellence here in Div 1 for as long as I know across multiple esports, but especially in Valorant, and they are the squad to kind of look at here. And it makes you kind of sit there and go, dang, for Ohio State, you had a rough start to your season, but it is a good test. You know, these earlier matches have been giving you time to prep against the top dogs that are showing you what you are missing.
Well, and that's just it, right? For a Maryville team that has been so dominant throughout the course of this academic year, now coming into the spring, had a phenomenal showing in these first 2 weeks, looking to continue that momentum against an Ohio State that is still trying to find its footing here in the spring. This is really kind of Maryville's chance to, for lack of a better word, scale things back a bit while still being in a very forward position. For Ohio State, though, if anything, this is the time to put on the gas, right? It's to show us what you can do against the highest level opposition you're, right? We talk about a lot of what this Maryville team can do from last semester against Ohio State. And granted, there were a couple roster changes that were going on, right? There was the substitute of Screwface into this team, but
Yep.
for the rest of Ohio State, you know, with the changes that have come in and some of the troubles that they've had in these first 2 weeks, if you can walk away from this team, you know, grabbing a couple attack rounds here and there on, you know, the side that you're historically weak on, really prove that you've learned over these last 2 weeks, these last 2 losses, I mean, that's going to be huge.
Yeah, I think something that you highlighted is very true. You know, taking a round or a couple off of Maryville is very important. And you see here, Maryville, I mean, yeah, Ohio State have run them up before, getting very close. You know, you see that 7-6 score line. We see them get close. But that's also Maryville, you know, kind of testing the limits here of what they can do. And for Maryville, it is keeping that excellence while still learning how to refine. I think something that I personally see whenever it comes to the top dogs is, you know, how do you innovate from there when it doesn't feel like you're being challenged as much? When you win a lot, I mean, I always like to posit, you know, what are you going to improve on when you face off against new opponents down the road? So for Maryville, here, it looks like another win on paper. We will give them credit for that because of how dominant they are. Will there be any extra innovation, though, that they get to work with and they get to figure out their wins aside? For Ohio State, though, we are looking at some extras. As you can see right now, though, for this week's setup, Ohio State have run into some very, very tough opponents in there. I believe it was Boise State in week 1, actually, with St. Clair,
Yeah.
which we watched last week in week number 2. I mean, Ohio State have quite literally had one of the toughest scheduling situations that we've seen out of any of these teams.
Yeah, the St. Clair game in week 2 was super, super rough to watch. And the Boise State one, I think on paper, we thought would be a little bit more even than it actually was. And this is kind of what we were talking about, right? When we looked at this exact matchup of Ohio State versus Maryville last semester, it was arguably Maryville at their weakest and Ohio State kind of hitting their stride in the middle of the semester with the 5 they had. And they were really carving out their names as that corrode specialist. Well, now here we are. It's the spring semester. They went through this kind of minor roster change where they changed out a couple pieces. Roles have gotten switched around just a little bit. And now they need to kind of re-find their identity. And on the other side for Maryville, I mean, this is the 5 they have going forward. There's not going to be any mid-season roster changes. They've been practicing. They've been playing well. We talked to JP last week on St. Clair about Maryville, and he even mentioned just how disciplined and how put together as a unit they are. So now for Ohio State to come into this game and try to fight back against it, I mean, even with these maps, you know, Maryville banning out that corrode first, it feels like an uphill battle from map select for Ohio State.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the difficulties, I think, whenever you talk about the fact that we do have a map specialist like Ohio State, and just like for OSU, it's difficult, you know. Once you see that they do really well on Corrode, well, Corrode's gone. We have Haven, Bind, and Abyss for your viewing pleasure. Haven and Bind to the first 2 to start out here, and then Abyss if we go to that game 3 decider, Abyss 1, that I think a lot of teams still are getting used to, or at least practicing up, where it feels a lot more comfortable, but not exactly comfortable enough to toss it to the forefront of their gaming side. For Haven and Bind, though, these have been picked clean in multiple scenarios, and for Haven's especially, I could see Maryville taking a lot of space here, really getting to flex their muscles in independent gun duels.
Yeah, that's what we're really going to be interested, especially looking at map 1, right? We know that Maryville as a team, so strong on Bind, it's going to be really hard for OSU to break through. But if we look at Haven as the map that Ohio State could potentially flip to take us to Abyss as map 3, that gives them a pretty good shot. And it's the map that is arguably easiest to call on the attacking side, which is where Ohio State needs their help right now, is on that attack. So regardless of what side they start on, when it comes to that attacking side for Ohio State, what you want to look for is good opening opportunities out of the Buckeyes. If they can get that done, all of a sudden we move into those mid rounds, into those late round situations. Yes, Maryville are very good in those positions, but this gives Ohio State the opportunity to, at the very least, show other teams that they still need to be taken seriously.
Yeah. And again, looking at these agents that we get to see hauled across in the start of this sprint, we'll be interested to see exactly who comes out on top with this draft. And already you can see a little bit of testing here. Very tried and true meta coming out for Maryville, but for Ohio State, it's, you know, as we said, going to that drawing board, the squad that is still trying to find their comfort levels, this is one way to do it. Experiment with agents and find what clicks.
I'm also noticing for Ohio State a distinct lack of Dez. I don't know if that's intentional or not. I'm assuming that Dez, for whatever reason, couldn't make it, and so Ranny steps in the meantime. But when it comes to this map, that kind of puts things into question with this comp, right? I want to see what this double smokes, more specifically what this harbor looks like here for Ohio State, especially starting on this attack side. Presumably, because you have 2 smokes, you're going to be able to go a little bit slower. But they just want to split C straight out the gate.
Well, that's what they're going to look at. So far, a short run forward for entering in garage, but eyes out for Maryville. A lot of information given as the collapse comes on in, but Bot with a great straight shot. Number 1, but Shondex is more than ready to fire away. Gets 2, drops their life, but the smattering comes back, and it's a 2v2 Ohio State. It's one of the better positions that they have, but the poor Clove limping away. Spike is held though.
Giza.
Long range downtown. Giza ready with the shot. Number 1 fires away, waiting for the rest of the team, but it's 2 flanking your position, and your teammate needs to hurry, as that's gonna be a look around the side. Shot number 1, 2. Waldy wins it out, and this pistol is looking better and better for Ohio State.
I mean, this is very, very doable, right? 1v2. The only fear is for these 2 remaining Buckeyes, they don't have that much HP. So in that 1v2, you do have the chance to wrap back over to C, bait the rotation, and that is exactly what they've done. Yeah, Pat sells it perfectly. They run back to that C site. That's where the plant will be held, and Chloric,
30 seconds
he
left.
bit just a bit too soon, and now the food's been pulled away back to that C site.
I mean, I love this, right? Really, really well done by Ohio State. We already mentioned that when we want to see this team, we want to see clean calls. We want to see them excel in the early stages.
Spike
Their calls so
planted.
far are cleaned up. Good plant for C long. It's leaning into their favor. Chloric needs to be able to land a couple decent shots, though, as they have full HP to work with. In terms of HP differences, honestly, Chloric comes out on top. But remember, you only need 1 HP. Try and draw that shot. Shockbolt to the corner. Waldy doesn't get tagged. I think so. You still got your HP to work with. Patience. A little bit of a tag out at the end. Good TP on the side, but Chloric with a shot on the wings. Nicely done, as that's another peek, and Chloric wins it out. Ohio State came very, very close, but Chloric just better on the shots.
Yeah, that's a rough peak in the 1v1. So Chloric able to pull it across for Maryville. Ohio State, though, it's exactly what we talked about, right? Get a good opening to the round, and that's exactly what they did. They played the trades perfectly. Waldy able to play alongside Isotopic and get those trades, put it into that 1v2 situation, get the spike down, and you can see they don't want to let up off the gas. They're going to go for this force buy, really kind of give Maryville a bit of trouble here in what is expected to be a clean round 2 for the Saints. That's not going to happen. So for the Buckeyes, a huge opportunity to potentially even steal this round away.
See if they can do so. Right now, it's that hard rush up B. We know this one a little bit too well. Good challenges, but it was left open by Maryville. Maryville expected a little bit more hard contest over between the other sides. It's the outliers that won't work in their favor, though. A little bit of a sprint, hard spray. Bot going to get that plant down. It's going to hardline especially well because the Harbor's putting up those domes, covering a lot of that action. And the doorway is now very, very dangerous to enter. Time ticking down. Maryville looking for a 3-piece entry. 2 in garage, 1 in long. Waldy with a snipe on Clark. That's snap number 1. Remember, Clark locked him out before, but the rest of the team now drawing on in. SMG's ready to fire. Waldy with the 2. Isotopic gets another. And Giza finally gets one back. But it's a 4v2 and Maryville left to wander. You called
Time's
it.
ticking.
Angel so perfectly. They have to rush. Spray number 1. Waldy with a chest shot with the classic. Isotopic wins it out. Ohio State tie it up.
And that's the type of calling we need. Even if it's a basic call, whatever. It worked. Everyone committed to the idea. Isotopic goes in. Waldy gets to frag out as well on an agent he's very comfortable on in this chamber. And the utility's there, right? Pat and Randy can cycle the smokes throughout the site, make it hard for Maryville to try and retake. It works out. They get the job done, and they've stolen that round away and now hijacked the economy. The Buckeyes, this is the best start they've had so far in the spring.
I mean, it feels so dang good. And you mentioned having that ability to take those rounds. Well, it's also the confidence booster, right? You just make a call, a gut call to run. But of course, you still got to deal with this Maryville squad afterwards. Shot rings out across the bow, and Giza wins it out. Good smoke from the opposite side. Actually gives time for a little bit of a rebound. He's hiding behind the box. Waldy with a snipe through, though. Beautiful pickup number 1. Rest of Maryville looking for an angle, but Ohio State taking it slow.
Pat is in a super dangerous spot here. Sure, has the weapon advantage, but the problem is Ange still going to be deadly at any range. And if you die here, that gun is almost unrecoverable. But thankfully, the rest of Ohio State has slowly moved back over towards mid, and Aid should be the next point of focus for the defense unless they decide to just go and target that B site, which halfway through the round, time ticking, it's the best chance.
Make the move. Wall goes up, and you look the wrong way. Ange is able to get 1 before falling. Aid follows through. And it seems that Maryville's sharpshooters, after they brushed off a little bit of rust from the earlier rounds,
Ohio State, they're going for this. The problem is they don't have the numbers, so they're going to get collapsed on. Isotopic has to make a hero player. Maybe it's going to be Pat to do it instead.
See if they can do so. Pat has the guns, but doesn't have the aim. Clark with the crossfire. Isotopic, though, able to lock down 1, needs 2, though. And they're coming in from 2 different angles. Really well thought out from Maryville. They were able to grab some of the SMGs, but they don't need the SMGs to play with. Aid able to finish it off, and it will be Maryville to step on up. A back and forth of early rounds, but still we land in the 2-1.
This is what we were talking about, though. Maryville, a team that is known to be good in the mid-round, and you can see it in the eco play, right? Just individually, these guys are shining. Ange and Aid both getting crucial kills in the mid-round to completely change the trajectory of round number 3. The economy has been virtually reset yet again, and you can see the buys almost equal across the board. A couple compromises being made here or there. Waldy has to use the tour de force in this round to try and even out the weaponry. But for Ohio State, it was another good start, and there's a chance for a 4th one here with Waldy peeking down C-Long.
Who's next?
No play to go. Isotopic, of course, getting information. Stepping in, throwing the bullets, but not going to land. Aid and Shondex were more than ready. C site lockdown. Hunter's Fury ripping on through as Ohio State are stalled. Well done by Maryville. With guns in hand, they feel much more confident. And the spike is also locked into the corner pocket. Not a good look for Ohio State as their kind of forceful movement has been cut off.
Yeah, the problem is now, especially considering the cycle of the smokes is done, it's going to be really hard for Bot to just walk out of this position.
Oh.
Now that that smoke's back online, he's good. He's ready to go. And he is still side by side with Waldy, so that does still give them a chance here in this round, considering you got a tour de force. I mean, as long as Waldy can point and click, at least we'll be good for one. So it's just about exploring, trying to figure out where the gap in this Maryville defense is and how to exploit it.
30 seconds
You know
left.
that the B site is open, and that does seem to be where the last two Buckeyes are headed. The question is, will they be able to convert off of this?
Well, for right now, they are playing as quiet as can be. Maryville, a lot of respect held between the C and A positions.
10 seconds
He
left.
left
noise.
wide open.
One enemy
He's up.
remaining.
Oh, he's a what a
Down
shot.
B.
Snap to the body, and there's no time to plant. Well done by Maryville. That look at the very end, ensuring not even the plant went down.
Yeah. And Maryville really just showing the strength of this comp here, right? Because of the stall power of the Viper from Shondex and also Aid being able to cover so much of the map with that Killjoy utility, it's hard to just do those really fast, aggressive plays. And so Ohio State, the vision is great. The problem is the circumstance in which you choose to execute. So it's back to the drawing board, back to an eco. Ohio State have to hope for some magic here in round number 5 to try and grab their second.
That might come in the form of a little bit of a decoy, trying to draw information. They're making a lot of noise, of course. But for Aid, it's all about that swarm. When you find that back pocket, no, it's not going to be there. Toxin is low, though, for Shondex, so you have to back away. Shock Bolt landing on the far wings. Giza waiting for that smoke to dissipate. Another smoke inside, double smoke gives so much extra time. So Topic, though, is going to fly out on the corner. Sees a body, but the rest of the team falls on the side. Isotopic sprays on one, but Shondex is ripping them apart. And Chloric through the smoke finishes off, and it's Maryville with a clinical entry to clear out B.
Tell you what, you know, even if it is a situation where they're not converting the rounds, they're getting the spike down, and so it's forcing Maryville to retake, and it's also giving Ohio State a buff in the economy. So there's at least some positive here. It's just you want to see what Ohio State can do on these extremities, right? How do they take A lobby control? What does their mid rounds look like when they have a guy inserted in garage? That's what we're really going to be looking for. And so now you can see the full weaponry coming out. These are the rifle rounds that we were talking about, these kind of key swing rounds. And this is the opportunity for Ohio State to make a big statement here with that op on Waldy looking towards it.
Of course, you want to find that first mark. For Maryville, though, you're sitting on 3 ults. You got that lockdown available from the shadows to counter any specific rotates if things get a bit dicey. You got the Blade Swarm if you really need to, but obviously it's not going to be popped just yet. So for Maryville, there's a lot to work with. Very slow here from Ohio State, though. Don't want to make too many mistakes. Shots being out, though, as Aid. A little bit slow on that breakage, so a lot of information given about Garage.
Yeah, no info given over towards A just yet. Like we mentioned, Giza rotated all the way from A short over to this C site, has eyes on the garage line. So in this full 5-on-5, 50 seconds past the round start, we now sit 2 players, one of them being the Killjoy, stuck on this C site, and Ohio State looking to execute.
Execution is going to take a very, very long time. 40 is about that range, and it means that's an easy pop swing. Maryville take one, but lose another. 80 is down. That means the lockdown's gone, but he's a straight line access to the corner. Patience able to take him out, though. Really nice shot here from Ohio State as they rally back and bring it to a 3v3. Smoke in the corner, though, and nobody checks so far, so Ange has an opportunity. A little bit of a plant as Ranny is looking in the corner. At least ready with that plan, but Ange ready with that spray. 1, 2, knock them all down. Shondex seeing one in the back corner. That will be the finish as the Viper bites down, and it's Maryville with 5.
They grab a 5th. It's again these retakes that just look so good, but you have to give credit to those 2 players on the site to begin with, Aid and Giza, locking things down, making sure that Ohio State, they don't get onto that site cleanly. They take a couple players, everyone else has some bruises and scratches, and when Ange gets to just kind of slowly lurk in on the back line, kind of get that retake started before it ever happens. I mean, that's what Maryville can do so well, is punish. And now Ohio State, they're down 1-5. Sure, you're going to have a couple pieces to work with, right? Mostly everyone's on a rifle, save for Waldy, who has to kind of sit back with the headhunter. Still not ideal scenes by any means.
It just becomes harder and harder. Of course, I do appreciate the full push coming out from Ohio State, but major backup from Maryville, recognizing 4 on site, 1 with the lurk behind. So, going to be a bit more dangerous. Giza looking down tons here, saying maybe this is that opportunity, but for Aid, recognizing that there's a couple footsteps rounding their way back, doesn't want to expose their flank just yet.
No, Aid has to back up. You have so much real estate that you have to be in charge of as that sentinel, so better to just keep your life, keep your utility online, and wait for them to push into you. And that's exactly what Ohio State is doing, right? They felt like it was a little bit too crowded over towards that A site. They want to try and get a peek in elsewhere, even though the spike has stayed towards that A side. If they can move some players off of this A site, it's going to be easier to return in the future. But the problem is we're already a minute into the round, and time's going to be ticking fast.
Whenever we get down under 30 seconds, I always get really, really worried, because that's the point where you start relying a lot more on guns and a lot less on that utility, on that practice entrance.
No
All
one's
comes down
moved
to
from
can
this
you
A
frag
site.
out? Yeah, I mean, Giza is
4
ready.
players.
Giza has an inkling. Saw one number 1, and you know they're going to hit that knives out as you recognize a few more. And you swing into the smoke, reset twice, baby! And just able to help out as that's a flawless round to cover. Well done by Maryville. Clean on that defense.
And this is what they wanted, right? This is exactly what Maryville wanted to do, and it forces out the timeout from Colonel Sanders, so both sides going to be able to talk through things here, but it's a much-needed timeout from Ohio State. On the bright side, though, they have 3 ultimates up and ready.
Yeah, they do. And I think that's might be why they're kind of checking this one out. That last round, I definitely think took way too long to actually get off the ground, which is why this timeout has been called. It feels like Ohio State are kind of buckling under the weight of Maryville. And I gotta say, I've been liking what we've seen out of this Ohio State squad. The earlier rounds felt very confident. They were just kind of chasing in, trying their best to kind of bruise their way through. And while I obviously think it didn't work out as well, I appreciate the effort of just understanding that Maryville's going to check you every single time. Might as well check with a little bit of force in there.
The thing that I find to be so interesting about this Ohio State team is they're very, very quickly in this match started to figure out what Maryville's doing, which Maryville's whole game plan is going to be to retake on this map. Their retakes look really, really strong. So especially on that C site and the B site, it's going to be retake simulators. So it's really for Ohio State. If you want to end on that left side of the map, you have to get the man advantage before that bomb gets planted. Otherwise, you really have to dig in the post plant, and that's just not going to be possible against this Maryville team. Oh. Ugh. Not the start you wanted. Not the spam onto Waldy that you wanted.
Nope. Walking away limping at about 60. Doesn't feel great, but for patience, not really being patient here. Felt like someone crossed the way and learns Aid is snapped up, but another in garage. Shondex was ready. Quick revive coming in as Patience looks to get that pick me up. Is it going to be enough though? I don't think so, because no one's opening around that corner. You're waiting about half the timer take down. You spin around the corner. Gun wasn't ready. Shondex with that rotate was ready to go. Blinded out though as Ranny gets that freedom. Rest of the team here, Maryville trying to stop that stuff. And Giza with the shorty to finish that explosive C site fight.
Listen, you can give credit to Giza with that shorty, but that round was Ange on that hold in the smoke. Beautiful flick straight onto the head of those Ohio State players, just deciding to walk through a dark cover. And it gives them a now 6-round lead, up 7-1. Brazil scoreline, for those who know. But, I mean, you talk about the round from Ohio State. Again, you can go fast, you can get those openers, but Maryville, no stranger to just holding things down on C, rotating quickly, getting the fights they want.
Let's see if that changes here. Ohio State so far, it always looks like they have a good game plan, and then of course Maryville just kind of outstripping them in terms of where the plays go, how well is the execution going to play out. Giza this time.
Oh no.
Mid-side,
Isotopic.
looking peeks and sees the backside of Isotopic. That was just a little bit of timing right there. Really nice opening frag.
Yeah, if you're Giza, you're walking away feeling real happy about that. Everything works out. Exactly when you go prying into the site is exactly when you get that opening pick in mid. But Waldy, a good response onto Ange, and that's going to leave this map really open, especially this A side, because now it's just Chloric alone on an island.
Still shot.
I
Chloric.
guess it doesn't matter if Chloric's alone on an island, does it?
30 seconds left.
Just
We were
go
about
ahead,
to
get
say,
the-
it's just like, I mean, it's
just
Chloric
get the
things,
kill.
right?
Yeah, right? Just go get the kill, Chloric, duh.
Isn't that what they always say about FES? Just shoot them, forehead. What are you talking about? Like that's all the game is about. Just click domes. That's all you need to do. Of course, there's a lockdown. Randy with a shot on Shondex shuts them down, but that lockdown is very, very difficult to deal with. With that spike planted, it's a big haul away, but I mean your cover is completely negated, and there's no way to really play this one.
No.
You are detained. And you talked about that retake value coming out here for Maryville. It is all too clean. One more to go, though, as that's the Hunter series getting snapped. Halfway taken, and I think they already got that under control. There's a snap number 3, and unfortunately, Giza will be on that top. Bot got the last kill, but the defense was already done. Welcome to that dome, Giza, given the 3rd kill to finish.
Just why not? Why not just swing with the op? But listen, we talk about that round. That round was Chloric getting that kill there makes him look like a genius for orchestrating that entire round and just being able to get that kill. But when we talk about how good the defensive calling is, that really was the hinge of the round. Because otherwise, Maryville goes into this A retake, but instead they walk away 7 rounds to the better. At the very least, Ohio State still keeping the economy going, still getting those bomb plants again and again. Looks good, and Isotopic gets to start things off. Dimensional Drift into the site, grabs the info.
Oh, and Ant actually got hopping, so rough loss there. With that, a lot of Maryville is actually exposed right now. Aid waiting around the corner. Recognize that Isotopic is there, but Shondex draws fire and opens up space for Aid to fire on 2 on the backside. The crossfire leaves them all a little bit wanting. And Maryville in a 3v2. Hunter Sphere rips across the side. Giza snipes with that operator. Final snap of the Hunter Sphere isn't going to land, but Patience praying for a miracle here. Giza slow walk forward, sees a body, and quickly flicks on over. It's another clinical defense from Maryville.
Up 9-1. At the very least, you can guarantee no 13-0s, but I mean it really, again, it's hard to stop this Maryville team under any circumstance. You look at now round 11 coming into it. Shondex has that Viper's Pit. Seems a little too keen on using it early. I'm actually the world's biggest proponent of using the Viper's Pit early, so we'll see if that does end up coming to pass. But otherwise, it's a very simple off setup on C. Sova Omen A. Ohio State hoping Waldy can do something with the tour de force. Otherwise, it's Sheriffs for the rest of the peanut gallery.
Deploying drone.
Sheriff, you can only arrest so
I
many.
have the spike.
Maybe a bandit or 2, but when they got some automatic firepower, it's a whole different story. Really slow pacing here from Ohio State. They're trying to buy their time, seeing if anyone else will poke their head out with a little bit of overconfidence. For Chloric, you're not even worried about that one. See an arm shoot a little bit high, though, and reflexively shoots the shock bolt to save off any further aggression. Good pacing from Ohio State, though.
This is exactly what you want, though, right? You're able to finally get that A long space. You can crawl, look to at least get a little bit of pressure here. As you can see, the Cove is being readied over towards this A side of the map. But, you know, the only fear is, again, will these Sheriffs be able to do their due diligence?
30 seconds left.
Nothing was spotted, but, oh,
There they are.
that dart gives it all away. So, yeah, it has to be go time, doesn't it?
Yep, 20 seconds left. You got to break your way on the site, and Shondex was more than ready for it. Sets up the poison, gets 1 and 2, and then fires off for 3 and 4. That knocks them all down as Maryville respecting Ohio
Last round
State
before the
and
switch.
shutting them down just like any other squad. 10-1 right now.
That's some Ohio respect right there for Maryville. They do respect Ohio State. They don't rotate. It looks clean. Nothing more you can say about this Maryville team. They really are just like that, okay? Giza's him. He's 16-4. Shondex is looking absolutely phenomenal, but that's to be expected when this guy's on the Viper. Oh, op push. Last round.
I mean, might as well, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy, here we go. Oh, it's the drone. That's boring. Oh, you peek around the side and you try and find the
I have to
blind
respect it.
shot. Yeah, you do.
He
Giza
still
with
gets
the
that
reset,
kill?
though. He does. He rushes forward, but Isotopic and Patience get the revenge on the back end. Pay the price all you want. Aid, though, on the back end says, hey, guys, I'm still here. Maryville with a C-long hold, and Patience shuts that down. It's down to a 2v3, so it's a two-man push from CT. Are they going to get it? Aid, free fire. Clark with a shock bolt kill. I thought water was going to be okay, but no, it conducts a little bit too much electricity. And Patience tagged through the box at 76
Last player
HP. There's the rush
standing.
and blind. Clark and Aid both snap one, and it's the finish. Maryville with 11 on the half.
You really just can't get one over on these teams. I mean, you do everything right in that round. You rotate perfectly. You counter the play that's being
Switching
done with
sides.
the op pushing down C-long. You get the opening trades. You're up a player in the post plant. But then it's Maryville time. And the Saints come marching in. And there's nothing you can do, and you lose the retake, and you go, okay, back to the drawing board. Now we're on the defense. This is our side. We are Valorant. Right? Hopefully something will be able to change, and maybe that's off the back of Waldy being in a more comfortable spot on the chamber, being able to do arguably better work here. Maybe the calling is a little bit better now as well.
Do it again.
Well, we'll see. Of course, Saints will be playing a little bit later in the day, of course.
Yeah.
Give him a little bit of notice, and we'll see. But that's Waldy with a great shot in these pistol rounds. Waldy has been stepping up in a massive way, whether on that chamber or not. Of course, with that first shot, Maryville switching over to C site, positioning covered. Out goes that poison drop. They look to cut off CT entrance, but put Ange inside of it as well. Ohio State, no one really moving yet.
Ooh, good
Oh!
play though.
I love
Look
that.
at Maryville. And Shondex specifically walks in, gets two. And Granny has to do so much on this retake. The only player from Garage.
Oh. Shondex is on another level.
How about that? How about that Waldy 1v3? The headhunter? Okay, Shondex.
Shondex ended up with 15 HP, but the team was able to back him up. That puts Maryville on map point to look to take this one 13-1.
Shondex, if you can hear me right now, buy a Guardian. Do the exact thing you just tried to do. Oh my! Wait. This he can't hear me. I swear he can't hear me.
I mean, we've also seen this a lot from previous players, always grabbing that main gun early in the round just to kind of shut things down. And I wouldn't expect anything different from Maryville. You're set to go with this finish. The tempo is all in your hands. Snap number one, but by Patience, ripped through with the sheer brain, and that'll be Ohio State to say, nah, we ain't done yet.
Okay. Yeah. Let's start doing that. Let's start doing that more.
Speak up if you need a gun.
What guns do you need? Well, I don't know why you're calling for guns. That was wild
right.
with sheriffs.
Guys, why are we buying rifles? Just do it again with sheriffs. Why not, right? If you have Bot and Pat both hitting shots like that, which is something we've been asking for, is to see these guys start hitting shots regularly. If you can just do that again, go for it. I mean, obviously, they read the mid play well. They countered it. They used the high tide from Harbor to cut off all the lines of sight and make things slower for Maryville. But great round. And now, of course, you have to trade one for one. At the very least, Bot able to equalize into the 4-on-4. But, oh, no, Ange.
Ange with that rotate. So free at the end. Shoots one, though it misses, and gives time for Giza to fire. Really, really nicely done there, Maryville. Free reign over A, can now block off line of sight on low and high. So the entrance is too difficult. ISO top, you can see a slight smirk in there. Knows this is going to be difficult. Got a quick rebound as Isotopic swings and gets one with patience on the second. Isotopic with the spray as well. And they shut down Ohio State in a full gun round. Now for Maryville, of course, they weren't able to buy up. For Ohio State, that is a breath of fresh air.
Listen, are they eco frags? Yes. Was it still tough? Absolutely it was. Isotopic looks phenomenal in that round. And listen, at this point, for Ohio State, a 12-1 comeback is basically impossible. Might as well try and grab some confidence before you get to map 2. So, I mean, for all we know, this goes like 15-13 and Ohio State win the map. But, like, we're going to play it by the numbers for now.
Yep.
But I mean, just a great round to put on the board, and if you can do it again in a round like this with rifles, it's going to make you feel pretty good.
Deploying drone.
Really fighting, of course, because Bot spotting out at least one. Maryville watching that curve behind, but Bot fragging out now. What is this shot range? I don't know where this confidence is coming from, but I want Ohio State to keep eating like this.
Why not, right? Why not just let it ride? if Bot's just working his magic like this, yeah, do whatever you want, man. I mean, you still have the A site under control. You're not just giving it away for free. You've given your team the full 5v3 numbers. You have the ult to delay a plant should the spike get in a comfortable spot on site, which it currently is. All 3 Maryville players here and ready. Retake about to be called for. And there we go.
One heaven, one hell. Opposing forces, of course. But this
Both
is going to
Sobas.
draw the rest of Ohio State. 5 alive, only got to take out 3. This is very much doable. Will they spot them, though?
Scanning
Is that
ahead.
big question. Looking over to Sewers as they all funnel in. 4 low, 1 high. Bot gets a third, looks for Shondex, but Shondex shuts them down. 1 left in there. Shondex fires away on Waldy. Randy takes out Shondex, so
Surely not.
no more miracle frags. But Cloric is waiting inside the wing, sees a body hop in, hides under hell, patience swings, but that's going to be the finish.
She is in a minute.
And Maryville, once again, are timed out. Ohio State are going to go ahead and push us to a 17.
For you, wee man.
Pat gets it done. Guardian in hand. Doesn't matter. As long as those headshots ring out and you get that last player standing, you're all good. You can take it to the next. And, you know, this is unfortunately where some of the problems start with the money looking a little bit low. But Ohio State, they still managed to bring across all 5 rifles. Waldy gets that operator back and online. As long as you can keep this round clean, then it's 12-5. You can just keep taking it one at a time. But, you know, Giza's a shooter.
Lost one as well, though. Snaps and actually lands onto Shondex. Shondex able to sprint away, and not knowing so, but tagging Shondex is huge. Shondex has been the other frag, it feels like, for Maryville, and has given away a little bit more aid with a great share of shot. Patience able to revive after getting that 1 kill as well. First blood gets a second, and looks for one more in the corner. Randy helps out. Yet again, it's ecos, but it still feels pretty dang good. Patience, what a play to keep the econ alive. That's third Waldy with the finish. And Ohio State, I don't know how, but they are sprinting back to make this look even.
This is the power of vibes. Okay? There's no other explanation. I'm calling upon the mythical beings that are of just vibes, and Ohio State has vibed their way to these last 4 rounds in a row. I asked for a clean round from them. That's exactly what they give me, right? 4 alive. Things are looking good. Comms are flowing. Pat looks like the greatest Clove player of all time. Bot has been hitting some impressive shots. Isotopic been making hero plays. You know, at this point, it doesn't matter how these rounds get done as long as they're getting done. And Waldy, all this space in the world, in short, it's going to free up the rest of the defense to go and help out the rest of these spots in the map. And especially considering Garage is so weak, it means that this C site is going to be executed on.
You should
This is what we hope. There's going to be that lockdown
Oh,
being
no,
used.
Ange.
Pushes a corner pocket. over there on C, but look at that hard push. They pass, almost ships in the night. Isotopic hiding in the wings.
Timing.
They look different ways. Oh no, you pop on out and gets that shot. Isotopic goes down. C site will be ran over, but Randy has another idea in tow. Unfortunately, you're blinded out. Can't see a dang thing. Giza shuts down bots. And this is the Maryville that we've seen before. Here comes the plant with only 2 alive. Ohio State got to pull out some major magic action.
And remember, all Maryville needed was 1. This could be it. Pat trying to do all the heavy lifting, but being held in garage by Aid. It might just be too much fast. Both players go seeking, and it's not enough. Aid, 3 kills in round number 18 is enough to close it out. And Maryville take the first map 13-5, but you got to admit, that was a pretty exciting 5 from Ohio State.
I wouldn't just admit it, I'd respect it. You mentioned the vibes, and you and I, we knew that Ohio State were coming into this. Let's say this again. Ohio State are coming off an 0-13 loss on Corrode from the previous week. That is not something that is easily bounce backable. To go straight into Maryville and have to face them down as well, it's a very tough ask from anyone in Div 1 status. To bounce back on your defense, frag out of your mind, making that first half look like a fever dream. It is a confidence booster that you and I really did want to see. Now for Maryville, they still pulled it together. They were sitting on 12 for a very long time. We knew they only needed to win 1. Are they going to be shaken by this? I don't think so. But honestly, I'd be keeping my eye out on Bot and a few others, I think, at the very end there.
Oh, 100%, right? I mean, they're going to be guys that you look to in this second map. I think another name that we're going to talk about more is Isotopic. Considering, remember, the second map we're going to is Bind, and this guy loves playing the Yoru, Bind, Yoru map. It's what we should be expecting. Waldy might also be a name that needs to start coming into conversation, especially if he is going to still be on the chamber into map 2. But like I mentioned, these are questions for a second map, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Also, shout out to Ranny, who started popping off of the harbor. A lot of those walls are very fun to watch. The waterways made it a little bit difficult to see. We'll see if Ranny is still in for map number 2 as well, as we head to a very short break. When we come back, Div 1 Valorant will continue.
Learning experience should belong to you. At Maryville University, you choose your own path and forge your own future. Whether you're on the ground, online, or a combination of both, the Maryville experience is centered on you, the learner. As a leader in innovation and technology, we are prepared to take you from learner to earner and back again. Join us as we look to your future together.
At Ohio State, we are the agile, bold breakthrough teams. The never afraid to innovate teams. And the achieve more together teams. Together, we are the Ohio State University.
between. Pick your type, don't think, just fall in line. What's the point of living life if it ain't even mine? All the best things I know sit in the void, and makes me wanna scream that I'm something else. I don't care who I'm meant to be, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between. Between. Tell me when you love. She's a looker, my only fascination. So come on over. She has me levitating, yeah. Honey, honey, tell me who do you love? Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me who do you love? Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me who do you
A little bit of a wake-up call at the very end of that map number 1. However, Maryville still taking it away and still being the Maryville that we know and love. The Titans at the top of the standings. Now we're still waiting for someone to really push them to maybe a map number 3. Ohio State, though, we mentioned that while still having a sub in here in Dez, one of the star players that you and I had posited as kind of the up-and-coming star for the team, it seems that Ohio State are truly just vibing to the beat and seeing what they can get away with.
Yeah, that's what we talk about with this Ohio State team. I love this iteration of them, at the very least this week, and what they've put together as a 5. It's just vibes. It's good vibes. People are shooting well in the rounds where they can. And to be fair, I mean, is it the greatest single map performance they've had numbers-wise? No. But, I mean, from the eye test, that was still a really good round that they were able to kind of string together, right? It was like 4 in a row at the very end, 13-5. at the very least, it was something to give you confidence on moving into the next map, which is Bind. A bit more of a defensive map, and we know that as a team, Ohio State is pretty good defensively, right? The 4 rounds we just saw them take against Maryville were all on defense, so it gives them something to work with. But again, when we talk about the problem that Ohio State has historically as a school, it's going to be that attack side. So we talk about agents. Here they are up on the screen. And once again, it's the double controller, both sides.
Yeah, double controller plus a little extra as we are getting that firepower underway. Double duelist as well on the flip. We got a little bit of silliness with, I believe, that Yoru and that Raisin there.
Yeah.
We got a little bit of a black screen. Everyone was just kind of covering their eyes, getting ready for the battle. So we're headed into round number 1. Maryville looking like a fast attack here, and I wonder if they are actually going to pull it off. Out goes the bird. Quick blind number 1. Wall goes up as well. It's actually a slow rotate through. They got Shondex though on that waylay. Quick dash into a lantern. Are they actually going to find anyone? I don't think so. Back corner. That's the shot. Shondex with the shorty snaps away Waldy's life. Aid ready to go with that plant, but still here's 1 and 2 in the back corner. High ground being taken in that heaven side as the rest of Ohio State start to rotate over. I don't think it's going to be enough. Right now inside Giza and Clark wash out the rest of that defense. Patience is able to get 1 through the wall, but you're the last one standing here, and I don't think you like those odds. Stepping in 1, 2, 3 shots out. Team rounds the corner. Patience is able to rip 1 away. That's only 2, and you needed a lot more. Good win by Maryville.
Pretty standard round from Maryville, all things considered, right? I mean, admittedly, you do have to mention the fact that you've now put Shondex on this duelist role and moved Giza over to the Clove, but honestly, for Giza, this is kind of where you want him to be. You know what a powerhouse he can be when he is playing for himself, and that's exactly what the Clove lets him do. Whereas Waylay, more of a system agent, really trying to work with the team, create that space, get that information. And Shondex, no stranger to just kind of taking 1 for the team. So in that situation, in those shoes, Ohio State forced to kind of eco out a little bit. His pistols all the way across. Have to hope that Bot can find something here in elbow.
You're inside the smoke, so it might work. Shondex not really looking that way, but sees the bodies coming through the other smokes. The Clove blocks the body pad.
Enemy remaining.
And Ange and Giza wash out for Waldy's the last one alive, and they were all the way on A. So 1 long rotate with a shorty of all things. With your elbow kind of spotted, there ain't no way you're going to survive. Flawless round for Maryville.
You know what? It was an eco. Maryville, they just kept it clean, as they do. Very, very clean. And now you move into round 3. It's a blank slate for Ohio State. They have the rifles online. And like we mentioned, you have this double duelist, right? You can go for something crazy, and you can see with Waldy starting over towards Showers, maybe if Isotopic joins him, get a little bit of a power play going, you create that space. Gives Ranny an opportunity to fall back safely while not completely giving up the safe site.
Roller, hard jump in. Ranny was ready though. Great shot on Shondex, not allowing that lantern to be covered. That's the team rotating over very slowly, checking the teleporter just in case someone decides to come on through. Doesn't look like it's gonna happen. As Ange flushes out that point, looking for yet another. As Ange completely covers Showers. Gives space for the mid push, which now flushes out Ranny. Really well done from Maryville on this attacking side. And Ohio State left with 2 defenders. Orb is up, smoke denying most of that vision. And Bot, though, needing to swing perfectly and does. 10 HP to work with. Are you going to have it? No, Giza shuts down Patience, and 10 HP left. Bot needs a perfect moment. Unfortunately, the jumping shorty will take your life, and that'll be Maryville at 3.
Yeah, Giza's just ready to b-hop around.
They lost again.
And again, it's just mechanically, Maryville are just tough, right? Ange walks through a smoke blind. Reminder, the smoke is being held, and it's a super tight choke point as it is. walks through the smoke, gets the kill onto Waldy. Isotopic tries to go for the trade. Ange gets that too. So already 2-0 in the body count. And then at that point, Maryville just ride it out, take the round. 3-0 start, Ohio State, Sheriffs galore.
Guns out for the fun. Shondex keeping eyes on that long side, but CT spawn isn't going to pop anyone out because guess what? They're all in the mid, and it's up to Ange to see if they can flush them all out here. A lot of footsteps around. Trigger discipline is so real. You don't spot anyone on that side, but you see 4 lined up down the hallway. Clap 2, but not much more than that. Isotopic is able to stop that rush, but gives way to a lot more guns on hand. Maryville locking down that B a long way. 2 of the defense left alive as Ohio State starts to scramble. Getting inside is a whole different story of this site. 1 more to go. 8 inside Garden. Isotopic, not much you can do there. Well played by Maryville. 4 in a row.
4 in a row. And reminder, all of these rounds that Maryville have had, they've had the bulk of their players alive every single time. It's not like these rounds have been 1v1 situations where, oh, maybe if Ohio State just did this a little bit different, then it would have gone a different way. No, I mean, these have been comprehensive takedowns on this attack side for Maryville. So, you know, maybe you can make the argument that, like, mechanically there have been some instances where Ohio State dropped the ball, but otherwise, it's just been game plan. Maryville are just that strong.
They're going to continue to just be that strong. What a swing onto. Patience and Bot had no idea what hit them. The rest of Maryville get that plant down. It's a hard rotate coming in from CT once more. It's going to be a really, really long wait. Elbow into CT is another hold position by Isotopic. It's going to be enough as Waldy goes down. Isotopic waiting, gets a shot off, but aren't able to get more than just one. Maryville cleanly and clinically taking these rounds.
There's the timeout. I was waiting for it. And it makes sense in this point, right? You're down 5-0. I mean, this has been just a non-stop clean sweep from Maryville. I'm afraid, I'll say this, I'm afraid of what happened last week. Because we remember that. But
it's tough, man.
it really is. I mean, on the bright side, right? Ohio State, you have rifles in this round. Next round, you're going to have ults. Third round, you're going to have both. So even if this timeout doesn't really do much here in round 6, going into round 7, you have a fair bit more to work with just in terms of utility on your belt. You're really trying to hope for something. And, I mean, in terms of stacking, that's exactly what they do. Ohio State effectively just giving up round 6, going for the Sheriffs, trying to go for some sort of space-taking strategy here over towards A short, and then just let round 7 do the talking.
That talk has yielded some results as Isotopic rips a few apart. We've seen the likes of Ohio State before where they just go super crazy. Granted, Ange has a much better gun this time around and says, nice, Ange, quick drop of that Viper's but hurt a few from Shower's side. Prowler lands in your face. Kinda gotta walk away. Low HP though, as you are vulnerable. And Patience actually locks out Ange, so the Viper's Pit actually drops. What a call and wait as Maryville lit onto 2 players. Patience sees an arm sticking out there. Lantern held by 1. Ranny seeing a body, another peek out as Giza rips one up. But gets that revive, takes that kill. Not looking for the extra swing, gets the permanent this time. But still taken down by Patience. Patience, the star of the show right now. Ohio State.
5 bullets.
And they pulled off 5 bullets in the chamber. You look, you peek the clove. The smoke, it was so good. McClorick denies that aggression. Maryville stay undefeated in this map.
And that's such a close round. You finally get to the point for Ohio State where you're maybe go, oh, If only I did this differently. But, you know, it's at the very least something, because you did all that with basically no utility and just sheriffs. Well, now you've gotten to a point where you have the bulk of your ultimates online. Everyone's got rifles. It's really about what this team can do when they have the full kit. Everything's ready.
Shondex still looking to push on in. That wall keeping the divide up, ensuring push ain't easy. B-side completely covered by the Viper's pit, but not a single soul of Maryville touching that site. TP though through brings a look at that hookah. In goes the conversion pathways. That'll be a look by Shondex. Shondex looking through, but the nightfall right on back. That's a tough one. Deadlock locking him off as Randy gets a shot. Are you kidding me? A double at the end of that drop. The orbital strike was too good. It actually leaves it as Maryville went 1 for 1 between. It's left to a 1v2. Difficult spot for Ange to sit, as the ultimate combination was Maryville's undoing.
It was very, very doable round still, though, for Ange. Don't get it twisted. High-low being set up here between bot and Isotopic, and this is the right play. It's going to be hard for Ange to grab both. Still not impossible, though. Oh, no, the timing
30 seconds left.
forces them away. They're going to try and go through showers here. See if they can make a play. But
No. Okay.
Gets the clear. 20 seconds still left on the clock. I mean, he can grab the bomb. Sure, he can't rotate over to the B site, but still, getting that bomb down back site, it does give them a shot here.
10 seconds left.
Feels like it took a little bit too long, though, as now you're forced to play. And guess what? They're right around that corner, baby. 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the gun show. Bots able to grab the first for Ohio State, as the ultimate bonanza was able to gift them a victory. Nightfall plus orbital strike equals win.
And that is a round where you have to give credit to just the communication on Ohio State, right? 3 players all in showers, and they're able to compensate with that A site take very, very well, right? They used their ultimates at perfect times. Ranny, that huge 2 that you're able to get from the orbital strike, basically all but secures the round. So you get a couple more ults online. You keep the dimensional drift into this round, and you get to keep the bulk of your weapons.
Play it a little bit further. B-side hit this time around. It's been the bread and butter for Maryville. Every time they hit A, it gets a little bit more funky. But of course, this time it's a well-held smoke. Bot push them out of hookah, and it's a hard rotate all the way to A. Baldy, though, with a shot, ranges out Ange. That'll be that one that you want. Double blind, though, around the corner. Shondex jumps into view. Really, really nicely timed. Isotopic running for the hills on 10 HP. Flood from Maryville, locking out the backside. Deadlock ensuring it ain't gonna go easy. Bot, though, the long flank angle. Watches his teammates fall. Is now looking for a bit of freedom. Here's one footsteps towards Lantern. Giza able to make it a 1v3. Poor Bot. I mean, you're looking at some crazy frag moments so far. But with a 3-way crossfire setup, ain't looking too free. Now down to a 2, though. This is doable, but you look left a little bit too long. Giza pops on out, finishes it off. Maryville on 7.
Yeah, you can't expect Maryville to miss their shots twice in a row, right? If Aid drops the fight, so be it. But Aid and Giza, that's a little bit too much to ask for. So, unfortunately for Ohio State, it's another round conceded to the way of Maryville. Still a chance, though, right? You have Waldy on that hero rifle. Isotopic, a dimensional drift to possibly gather some info. But, I mean, you can see it in the cams for Ohio State. I mean, this is not peak vibes right now.
It's a little bit harder to pull the vibes when you are down 6 rounds. Randy, though, still vibing quite well. Gets a shot off number 1. The sub stepping in here, someone we haven't really seen before on the Ohio State roster. Making their footsteps known and saying, hey, I am here to play. Of course, that was a lurk towards A. No real positioning there because B-side is the hit. Maryville will get to play it with 4 spread out.
Spike planted.
B-long might be the contestation, though. Patience versus A2. Never mind. Great pop and swing. Giza. Now Patience 4v4 spot. It was available, but there's the dimensional drift. Really nice understanding of where the opponents are. But Aid still finds Bot lurking. Brutal shelling as Randy swings on the outside, but that is all they ask for as Giza exits with 3.
And, you know, you have to respect what Ohio State's trying to do in these rounds, right? Push forward, get as much information as possible, and then if they end up taking the site, just essentially flip the map and turn your defense into an attack. The problem is, Maryville, they're given so much time when you do something like that, that their post plants just become almost impenetrable.
Come on then!
So you see it in that round. They lurk up to B, and they have so much space, so they just put a guy in halls, and he just gets to sit there for the rest of the time. So, you know, basically think about how hard the attack side is, and that's every defense round too.
Oh my gosh.
Opening 2.
Bot patience though, able to get so much info. Revive coming out from Giza, but now Giza needs a kill.
Have one of these!
4v4 technically for the moment. Looks like there's not much more to wing Giza out of time. So it's 3v4 spots. However, A side is open, so teleporter usage is on.
Oh, that's
Go,
space.
those Seekers. And as he said, that space taken. 1 in heaven though, 2 in mid. That's Waldy to try and slow them down. Paint Shell not gonna get much info, but Ange swings, picks up Waldy on the left side. Dome.
Territory, my rules!
Floric
Ooh.
looking for that annihilation. Are you gonna have it? He already
Chances
fired.
are.
There's the shot and completely whiffs. So on timing. Cloric though says they don't need an ult to do so. I'll just take your life with a gun. And so Topic needs a perfect 3-way collapse. They want to make some magic happen. Sees an arm though, and Cloric sees more. Well placed by Maryville. Up to 9.
Unfortunate 140 there onto Cloric, but rounds move forward. Ohio State trying to deny double digits. They're on the verge of, you know, a second ult cycle, which is, you know, good considering the value that Ranny was able to grab, and Bot as well, on the last set of ultimates that they both had. It did net them that first round.
Toxins going up.
Otherwise, it's just this B site hit. And Bot, you're gonna have to try and defend this with a Guardian, my friend, because they're running down fast.
When have Maryville not been fast? I think is a big question there. They had consistently pushed at about a minute in, or more like 30 with a minute left on the clock. They're going to look once more. Hookah currently populated by 1. Mid not really challenged the entire time, but it is that waylay. Shondex reaching on in. Giza with a spray on 1. Doesn't look straight further on elbow, but still survives. Because guess what? That gun needs a headshot. Patience, though, rounds out on Shondex. Really quick pick right there. Now you see another gun sticking out here. Ange waited so perfectly for Ranny. And now it's that teleporter usage once more. Maryville making great use of rotational value, drawing the rest of Ohio State into difficult spots. Giza and Aid swing so perfectly. It's all down to patience. Poor patience. Only has a few bullets in the chamber. You're going to have to make it work against 4.
So, you know, some say a 1v4 a little bit too hard. I disagree. Oh no, never mind. Cloric, don't do it.
Oh no.
Cloric, don't do it.
No.
Oh.
That.
Last round in the
That's
half.
that
One way to
moment.
get to, that's one way to get to double digits.
Just spent.
I mean, we knew it was going to happen eventually, right? I think
Yeah.
Maryville's been playing so clean, and their rotations have been on point that it's really caught Ohio State off guard. There was going to be a moment where you just flat out catch someone not looking the right way.
Yeah, I mean, when it's a 1v4 like that, you have all that space. You know where Pat is. You can just go ahead, send someone on the flank. It's not like he's really going to be checking for that anyways. So last round, hoping for something with these rifles. It's once again Shondex alone over at A, and bit off a little bit too much. Couldn't chew it all down. So 4-on-4 thanks to the Cloric trade, but with all that long space given and an option to bail out onto the A site, ready and willing.
So far, Isotopic hiding inside this smoke. No one really checking. Sprays on the left very end, but gets tripped up by the deadlock. Rough times right there. And A finds another back open. Maryville shut that down right away. No ult to play with, but Randy still has gun. Giza wins it out with 3 left led. Maryville close out yet another dominating first half.
Switching sides.
Very, very similar scoreline to what we saw in Haven. The only problem is we're now on the weak side for Ohio State. So it's going to be a little bit harder to get that kind of victory streak that we saw on the end of Haven. That being said, Ranny looking good on this team. You know, as the sub coming into this team, I think he has done phenomenal today. Had a good performance.
Yeah, considering he stepped in kind of last minute, I would 100% agree with that. And to step in at the last moment, no matter what, always feels a little bit rough, right? Like, that is, I can only assume is what's going on. It's really, really well played towards them. Nice TP users, though. NRG checking out that mid, but it's the A side hit instead. That might leave you a little bit worse from where Shonix is ready, though, with 2, making it almost 3, but Patience shuts that down. Is it going to be enough to shut down more than 1, though? The information has been given, and with Toxins low, Ohio State have to make do with smokes against them. 4 members piloted by Maryville ready to close this out and look to put themselves on match point once more. Cloric trading in Ranny, and Cloric with yet another 2 for 2 so far. Patience in the box corner. Aid finishes it off. That will be Maryville on match point with guns to boot.
Match point.
Yeah, why not just make it series point super early? Give them that opportunity. It's 11 chances straight to close things out. Ohio State have to force things in here, and they don't even get that nice little buffer of 300 credits to work with either. It just has to be the sheriffs across the board, maybe hoping that the armor will be able to carry them across.
Will be enough. Last hurrah from Ohio State here. One of the toughest opponents, if not the toughest opponent, they will face. They have faced them valiantly. Shondex, though, says valiant efforts will not be rewarded here. Otho, Isotopic, ripping it back here with the sheriffs, saying we've done this once before, let's do it again on our attacking side. And it goes down. These are open here. Of course, Shondex is ready to go. Inside the smoke, looks at the defusal, goes around halfway. Pro zone fake, but bot says you can't defuse if you ain't got no life. Cheeky play from Shondex. Leads it to a 2v4. Aid, though, on the back end. Finds bot's life. Isotopic hiding inside that smoke once more. Waving
Good
off.
catch a timing.
Round. The timing is real. Shots 1, 2, 3, 4. Gets it at the end. Ange, though, tries to swing, but high-low works wonders in Ohio State. Stay alive.
It's something, right? It gets them across. It's the second time that they've been able to win that little force buy situation in that second round of the half. Oddly enough, both times on the attacking side is how they got it done. But they do, nonetheless, and it gives them something to work with, right? Maryville have to go down to the guns. You can see for Aid and Cloric both, only bandits in hand. Shondex is going to try and push up with a Bucky and get something cheeky. But Waldy, all but ready for it.
Waldy knew that this was going to happen. Waldy was like, guys, we ain't playing this game no more. Giza backs up, same with Shondex. The rest of Ohio State smell blood in the waters, and they chase that blood all the way across the ocean. Swinging on one more as Giza was ready, though. Waldy still eats good. 4 alive for Ohio State, only 2 for Maryville here. Now, will Maryville be able to do anything with this eco? Nope, not at all. Ange will fall. Aid ready to go on the back corner, but there's only so much that you can wait for. Waldy with that Phantom will take it away as Ohio State move to 3.
A phenomenal eco out of Ohio State, right? The anti-eco looks good from them. They have the weaponry advantage. They just play off of the fact that their guns will do more than Maryville's guns. 4 alive. They have the bulk of the economy going with them. And you look at the Maryville buy right now, everyone's going to be on light shields. Same for Shondex, who, was able to get some kind of silliness going with the Bucky in the last round. But everyone else, it's going to be rough scenes. You have a lot to work with here if you're Ohio, even if they do have guns, and that's a great opener. The problem is Shondex, who can respond right back.
There's a moment where you just have to sit there and go, guys, I mean, there's no plan in the world that can stop the superhero of Shondex rolling on through, and as well made some magic happen. As that's dash on up the bot, able to fire off a shot or two, picks one up. Combat stim is available, but nah, it's not enough. The stimulation cannot lead to wins, and Maryville finishes off the series.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that bot might have gotten that kill onto Ange, but unfortunately, it is Ange to end the series once again in favor of Maryville. A 2-0 victory, and a fairly strong one at that, but that's not to say that Ohio State didn't impress us in this game. And in fact, considering that they were missing the guy who we've heralded as Ohio State's, true hero in Dez. They missed that guy, right? He doesn't, not here this week. Instead, Ohio State have Ranny, who I don't even think was listed on our roster sheets, unless I'm going crazy. This guy is like out of the blue from nowhere for Ohio State. And, structurally, dare I say, the Buckeyes looked pretty good.
Yeah, they looked very cohesive. I think it's something that we can talk about here because it's something that we missed, I think, a while ago. They look cohesive. They were able to take some rounds, and they look like whenever a call was made, they made it work. It's just unfortunate that they faced off against Maryville, who played like Maryville. Very, very confident and very controlled. Maryville will continue their undefeated start to the season, I do believe. We'll get to a little bit of an interview as well to see how they're taking it with their current start to the Division 1 2026 Spring Split. Don't go anywhere. We'll have an interview with one of the members in just a bit.
Your learning experience should belong to you. At Maryville University, you choose your own path and forge your own future. Whether you're on the ground, online, or a combination of both, the Maryville experience is centered on you, the learner. As a leader in innovation and technology, we are prepared to take you from learner to earner and back again. Join us as we look to your future together.
At Ohio State, we are the agile, bold breakthrough teams. The never afraid to innovate teams. And the achieve more together teams. Together, we are the Ohio State University.
Tell me who do you love? Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me who do you love? Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me who do you love? Tell me who do you love? Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me who do you love? Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Your vision when like in my jaw just dropped. Can't catch my breath. The sand in the hourglass has stopped. You light up my world in ways I can't explain. Your electricity's running through my veins. Oh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only you. Before you found me, I was floating among the stars. No direction till I landed in your arms.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with a little bit of an interview with Aid, one of the masters of Maryville, who took yet another 2-0 victory. Aid, how you feeling after that victory? Very solid performance from you guys.
I would say the same. I mean, it was very solid. They are a good team, so I just think we had a better step this time around. But yeah.
All right, let's kind of talk about things, right? So as we all know, you are one of the coveted priority subs for this team and for this specific roster. So I kind of wanted to ask you a question about your guys' system as a whole, especially this main roster and how drilled they are, right? We know as a core five just, you know, how in sync they are. But I mean, you come into this team pretty seamlessly, right? You guys didn't seem to struggle at all with fitting you in. So how much of that is a testament to Chloric as that caller? How much of a testament is that to you know, MCE kind of pulling the strings behind the scenes, or is this just really just like the team vibe over there in St. Louis?
It's mainly just they want to make sure I'm comfortable. Biggest thing is comfort. With our comms as well, like we just need to make sure we're communicating what we're doing, what we need. With Sky or like with the KJ, they just give me like a slight pointer. Oh, hey, can you put this turret here? All right, boom. Or can I get a flash here? Boom. And it's mainly just that and making sure we're updating each other like day to day, and it's very good. But talking about the ACAD program, that is more just its separate self compared to the varsity. They do help out, but the ACAD program, it's mainly me trying to teach other people, and me being able to do that day to day has actually helped me like a lot. Just learn the game and just like explain more, and also understand what I need to be doing as a teammate.
All right. I mean, hey, good to know that there's spots for scrubs like me to rank up, right?
Of course.
That's
It's
what,
always.
that's what we're looking for. I mean, okay, so let's turn our focus away from the team as a whole, and let's talk about today specifically with the kind of performance you guys had. We know that coming into today, it's been a Maryville, like you guys have just been looking unbeatable as a school throughout this current semester, and then we talk about Ohio State kind of with a couple roster changes, trying to find their footing here in the spring, right? We knew coming into today that you guys were the heavy favorites. Were you guys still ready to take them seriously as a team, or did you guys feel a little bit more relaxed coming into today?
Of course, we're always going to take it very serious. I mean, every day you don't know what's going to happen. Someone could have just an insane day. They're just going to drop 30. Who knows? But we just always try to stay focused. Always make sure we're like serious. We're not going to like get too goofy. Of course, like at that last round, you saw Sondex just Olton try to knife him. But sometimes we'll throw in a little bit of fun. But yeah.
I like it. Hey, listen, sometimes you got to get a little bit goofy to get into that state of mind, but honestly, you guys played so clinically at some points. It was like watching surgery, just kind of cleaning out, making sure that you're good to go in a lot of these rounds. I mean, 11-1 was the half score for each of your starting halves there, so very, very impressive. I do want to ask, looking forward into the future, you guys play Utah, I believe, next week. Any thoughts about that matchup coming up, or you just kind of sitting back and relaxing a bit?
I mean, I'm here to relax and, enjoy the show that they put on every day. And I think they're going to be hitting the books tomorrow, and then they have scrims later in the evening. So I think they're ready for it, but they also just have a little bit more preparation that they need to do. And I agree that they're going to do pretty well. Who knows what it could happen, but I definitely think they have the right mind in going into the game. So.
Alrighty, well, Aid, thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations on the victory. Very nice seeing you here in this matchup, and good luck in the future, of course.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
With that being said, Angel, that was a nice little fun one. Aid stepping on in, being able to have that sub support, as we like to call it, or anything of the sort, made a very large impact in this series.
Yeah, and again, we think about a team like Maryville and just how dynamic they are, that they're able to just swap guys in and out, and it looks like nothing's even changed, right? And we heard it from Aid himself, right? Like, just the comfort that MCE and Cloric and the rest of them really try and bring out. And when we talk about discipline, that's really where you're going to see it the most, right? When we talk about how clean they are as a team, it comes from comms. And this is a statement to everyone else in Division 1, even just in Valorant, right? If you're just in your ranked games, you just work on communication, and all of a sudden that's genuinely the difference between winning most of these rounds and losing most of these rounds, is that gap in communication and just making sure that you're talking to each other constantly.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can pull that off, of course, in the future, as more communication is needed, but maybe between two different squads. We got St. Clair going up against Boise State in our next matchup. That'll be at the top of the next hour. I believe we'll have a little bit of an hour break in between before we get started on our second BO3 of the evening. In the meantime, though, go ahead and check out the Division 1 League of Legends side of things, which I believe is running right now. That is Ohio State versus Maryville there as well. They're in game number 2, so it might be a little bit of fun. With that being said, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you all in 1 hour's time for our second matchup of the evening. Thank you so much.
Your learning experience should belong to you. At Maryville University, you choose your own path and forge your own future. Whether you're on the ground, online, or a combination of both, the Maryville experience is centered on you, the learner. As a leader in innovation and technology, we are prepared to take you from learner to earner and back again. Join us as we look to your future together.
At Ohio State, we are the agile, bold breakthrough teams. The never afraid to innovate teams. And the achieve more together teams. Together, we are the Ohio State University.
I can go anywhere, walk the desert in the sun, lost in
Why's it always seem like I'm moving backwards? Caught up in a dream, everybody's actors. Why's it always seem like people change faces and nothing is real? Better days. Yeah, you know, I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been so patient with you, don't you know? I've been so down with you, and you know it. You never come around, and I show it. Just give me one chance right now, and I won't blow it. I won't blow it. Oh, and you know, I see better days. Yeah, you know, I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on you, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Been waiting on your call right now. I wanna hear your voice somehow, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh,
Hey,
Let's get connected.
connected. Let me be the calm when it get hectic. Let me be the one when you left it. Connected. Let's just hit the plug and get connected. Feel it through your body, don't want my lecture.
If you feel the way I do, go make you move. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night. So feel the way I do, go make you move. 'Cause I need you.
eyes and you bless me. I confess my love and affection. I'm blinded by all the imperfection. Recognize the dark in you perfection. Can't wait to make you my selection. North side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected.
Let's go. it's confusing. I wanna let them know that I'm something else. I don't care what you say to me, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between. Pick your type, don't think, just fall in line. What's the point of living life if it ain't even mine? All the best things I know sit in the void. It makes me wanna scream that I'm something else. I don't care who I'm meant to be, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between. Between. Tell me when you love. Yeah, she's a looker, my only fascination. So come on over. She has me levitating, yeah. Tell me when you love. Tell me when you love. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you love. shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. 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 People don't let them talk, only the text. And each time they give up on each other, go next. People don't let them talk, only the text. Many times they give up on each other, go next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize and need them more defense for us and not build a barrier around ourselves. Same ideology for writing many tracks. Hit one point that would say otherwise. It's only in a discipline and not a bigger price. So when I bet you cry on my shoulder, this might be the biggest showdown in my soul. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, sending me a big paragraph and complaints I made when I left home red, fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed. And each time they give up on each other, go next.
All my energy is placed in my time in the energy. If you don't like the way I think, don't need to be the love of me. Try to fix my mind and the habits should be using me. All are in the way I say, cause I know that you embellish me. Tripping on my love, but I don't feel the same way. I'm sorry, baby, go ahead and kill me. You ripped out all the segments of my soul, cause you need me. With that, I'm still here distracted by the same thing.
Cry on my shoulder, this might be the biggest showdown in my soul. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, sending me a big paragraph and complaints I made when I left home red, fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
Does it always seem like I'm moving backward? Caught up in a dream, maybe this actor. Does it always seem like people change faces and nothing is real? Oh yeah. And you know I've seen better days. Yeah, you know I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been so patient with you, don't you know? I've been so down with you, and you know it. You never come around, and I show it. Just give me one chance right now, and I won't blow it. I won't blow it. Oh. And you know I've seen better days. Yeah, you know I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on you, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Been waiting on your call right now. I wanna hear your voice somehow, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh.
Hey,
Let's get connected.
connected. Let me be the calm when it get hectic. Let me be the one knowing you left it. Connected. Let's just hit the plug and get connected. Feel it through your body, don't want my lecture.
If you feel the way I do, gonna make you move, 'cause I need you and me for the night. So feel the way I do, gonna make you move, 'cause I need you.
to make you my selection. One side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected. Side to side, let's wondering why I've never felt human. Am I alone? Do I belong here? They paint the world in black and white, it's confusing. I wanna let them know that I'm something else. I don't care what you say to me, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between your type. Don't think, just fall in line. What's the point of living life if it ain't even mine? All the best things I know sit in the void. It makes me wanna scream that I'm something else. I don't care who I'm meant to be, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between between. Tell me when you love. Yeah, she's a lookout, my only fascination. So come on over. She has me levitating, yeah. Honey, honey, love. Honey, honey, love. Tell me when you laugh. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you laugh. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Honey, honey, we're undercovers, and I'm not contemplating. So are we lovers? The question you're evading, yeah. Honey, honey, love. Honey, honey, love. Tell me when you laugh. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you laugh. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Honey, honey, love.
Your vision, when look in my dodges trapped, can't catch my breath. The sand in the hourglass has stopped. You light up my world in ways I can't explain. Your electricity's running through my veins. Oh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only you. Before you found me, I was floating among the stars. No direction till I landed in your arms. Destiny makes sense when I look in your eyes. A new force of nature that brings me to life. Oh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only you.
Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for being so patient. I'm very glad that Mike is on because I got a little bit scared. We had a little bit of a rest, and now we're heading in to our second series of the day. St. Clair versus Boise State, a matchup that some of us are very, very excited for. Possibly 3 mats. Some of us are a little less excited. One of those being the man to my left, I think, or right, I don't know. Ancient Angel. What are we thinking of here?
Why are we just lying on my name? This is going to be a phenomenal series. Let me tell you, okay? St. Clair versus Boise State, I think when you think about the history of these two teams, right? St. Clair comes into this semester as a team that made it to the finals in the fall. They were looking really, really strong. They almost took down what was thought to be this unbeatable Maryville team, and they took it to map 5. It looked really, really good out of St. Clair, and then they rematch Maryville at the start of the semester, and what happens? They get blown out of the water. But then they bounce back week 2. They have a really good showing week 2 against Ohio State. Now here we are in week 3. And for this Boise State team, a team that barely clinched playoffs in the fall, find themselves up in a really good position here, almost 2-0. Reminder, they were 4 rounds away, technically 2 rounds away from being 2-0 here in the spring semester. So with that in mind, considering they were able to take West Virginia to that super, super close map 3 overtime, you have to expect something good out of them here in week 3 against St. Clair.
Yeah, we got to see some love coming in, and I think for Boise, it will be a test overall. I mean, this is a squad that has had its ups and downs. Another team that has done very well on Corrode, but I mean, against West Virginia, I mean, going 14-12, 14-12 is, it's looking better and better. They know how to tango with some of the teams out there, but now you're playing against another squad. As you said, this is a Boise State that has a lot to prove and needs to step up to that challenge, whether it is going to 3 maps or whether it's just giving us a really good 2, whether you win or lose. I do agree with you on that point. On the flip end, though, we got St. Clair. I mean, you and I quite literally covered them last week. This is a squad that we've already talked about. A little bit of a difference in the players that have stepped up so far. A couple changes, specifically one, and yet they still look pretty dang good.
I mean, let's talk about them, right? And we got to talk about Big Dog in the middle there, Instinct, for this St. Clair team. He has been looking out of this world. In this duelist role, being set up, being the main focus on these attack rounds, he's still looking good. And this is the main 5 moving forward, right? It's going to be Seth, Tillo, Instinct as that duelist, JP stepping in as this kind of star player-esque kind of roles where he'll either be playing another duelist or he's going to be that kind of star sentinel for this team, and then Woody also being that more supportive core player. They look phenomenal, but you have to expect Instinct to do a fair bit of the heavy lifting, especially being the head of the spear in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a hiccup in their map 1 as well last week, and then they just kind of flat out was like, okay, obviously that didn't work. Let's go ahead and pull the players in. I do agree Instinct will be one to watch, but I think everyone had a step-up moment for me. It's going to be a lot of fun watching the squad kind of roll on out here. You can see some of the clips here just from previous matchups in season before. This was when St. Clair had a pretty good handle on everything, right? Players were stepping in, really good rounds from the previous split, and we want to see them replicate this type of success moving into this match.
Yeah, and this was, again, when St. Clair was much more of a revolving door than they are here in this semester. So that has to be something as well. You're going to expect to see the chemistry more on an even footing overall here. But we talk about what this Boise State team brings to the table, and it's, you know, in a funny way, experience, right? All of these guys on the side of Boise State, third year, fourth year, second year of their master's degree, like these are, you know, this is a roster that's relatively primed to be peaking at this point, right? A lot of these guys graduating in either the coming year or possibly even this semester, and so that kind of risks their eligibility here in collegiate. So if there is a time to push for it, if there is a semester where you're gonna see that increase in improvement, it's gonna be this semester for Boise State. Maybe even just a reach. If you know, you're just finishing up your degree, you only have a couple classes left, you can dedicate more time to your craft, hone in on the server, lock into the game. There's a chance Boise State really does surprise us this semester. And you know, if last week wasn't the week to do it, this one absolutely will, where you can, you know, even pick up a map against St. Clair and just continue your kind of streak as this plucky upstart underdog.
Yeah, and they'll have to show it off at the same time, though. We got to face reality at some point. St. Clair comes out of the gate swinging. I don't know if there's a whole lot Boise State will be able to do, and that'll be the test, of course, at the end of the table. For Boise State, they know the stakes just as well as us, or probably even more so. They face the squad head on, and they know they got to play just as hard. Some of the maps here that you see in these highlights are actually making another comeback. It feels like a run back of the match that we saw earlier, but also a run back of the current map pool that we are watching. Bind will be starting us off with a little bit of Haven as that secondary. If we get to a third, it will be Breeze. And in that rotation, it's a whole world of silliness.
Yeah, and that feels a little interesting to me. I want to see what St. Clair's Bind looks like. Didn't really feel like a map I would be expecting coming into the series, but nonetheless, here we are. So once we get past that big question mark, I think things will be a little bit more kind of solid and secure as to what we'll expect, because we've seen St. Clair on Breeze, and we've seen everyone on Haven at this point. It's Haven. So
if we haven't seen a team on Haven, we'll actually be very sad. Like something got missed in the scheduling in there.
I don't think it's sad. I think it's more just confused. Like, how have you not seen a team play Haven, right? Unless it's a brand new team. But you know, for these two teams, as storied as they are here in Valorant Collegiate, I don't expect to be missing Haven from the map pool anytime soon. So we know what to expect on map number 2, but like you said, Bind is going to be map number 1 in this series. So it will be interesting to see what we get when it comes to those agent comps.
Yeah, we had a couple other bands out. I'm curious, I don't remember off the top of my head which bands actually came through first. Obviously, we had Abyss Corrode banned away by SCC, and then Pearl and Split banned by Boise. So more of the regular ones, I feel, taken away by Boise's side, saying, hey, we got to push for a little bit more unorthodox, whereas St. Clair trying to push a little bit more for the comfortabilities in there. So makes sense, at least in that factor. But again, very standard map pool here. Starting out on the attack, though, on Bind will be Boise. I believe they also starting out with St. Clair on the defense, and then for the rest of the maps, it'll be Boise starting out on the defense outright with a follow through on the attack from St. Clair. So a little bit of a nice balance, no one-sided offense and one-sided defense.
My concern, and this is the one concern I have, is that St. Clair kind of gets to start both of these first two maps on the side they'd rather start on, right? In my mind, for St. Clair, they're a very meta team in the sense that they are going to kind of be with the trend, right? Very status quo, if you will. And so for St. Clair, if you're going on to bind, St. Clair's defense is going to look better than their attack because bind is a defense map. Same thing with Haven. Haven, historically, attack side is better than defense. St. Clair are going to be better on their attack than their defense on Haven. So that does concern me a little bit for Boise State, but presumably Boise State just does better on defense anyways, considering they're a very individualistic team in kind of the firepower aspect. Anyone can pop off for this team at any moment. That would be my guess. Maybe that's just a reach, though.
It might be at the same time. We'll have to wait and see. I believe we're just waiting for some of the players to step on in the lobby, and then once we're good to go, we will get those agents that you were talking about. 100% though for St. Clair, it's all about trying to figure out exactly where they want to kind of put their emphasis. Will it be by the meta margins, or will it be by their own standard operations? We get a nice little fluctuation of some of those agents coming out here. Yoru on one side with a Deadlock, as well as a Viper, Brimstone, and Fade for St. Clair. On the flip, though, getting spicy with the Waylay, Clove, and Tejo. And Skelesis rounding out. Let's see what they can do. Boise State versus St. Clair.
I'm a little scared about this Boise State bind comp, but maybe they have a better grasp on it than I do. We're about to find out as St. Clair does start this first half on the defense. 2 players up here in hookah. Tillo not going to be spotted out just yet. But it's this B-site attack that's going to push this defense to its absolute limits. But Tillo and JP start things off strong.
And it's just a massive flyby of aggression. But Daimyo and Master even things up, but not as much as they wish. Daimyo with 2 needs 2 more. You're going to be able to survive, and you also need to get that plant down. You have the spike in hand, but faking it out, trying to get some sort of information instead. As you hear 2 behind, you're immediately hauling over to that TP, trying a resonating move from St. Clair as well.
Yeah, Daimyo, he is able to get that plant. Oh, no, he's been stunned up, and that might just be enough, and it is. Wadi takes things, makes things a little bit easier for St. Clair, keeps 2 alive, locks Boise State out of the pistol, and gets to move things on forward. And so for St. Clair, a round that really is highlighted in the synergies between JP and Tillo there in hookah, completely shuts down the opening play from Boise State, forces Daimyo into a really tough 1v3 that he just unfortunately cannot win out, and now it's the little bandits for Boise State to try and steal this round away.
Let's see if they can do it. Right now for Boise State, though, it's all about that center stage protection. Grabbing that mid on the B side. Teleport to the right, or at least the exit of one. Let's have a little bit of a drone with Tejo running point, but Daimyo opens up on JP. Really nice start here. We'll catch and more. Tillo, though, on the back end, ready to go with that shot, but a reload catches Instinct lacking. With 2 in the bank, St. Clair actually looking a little worse for wear. A couple tethered out. You see Master there for Boise State saying, guys, we got a really big opportunity on our hands here. Backing away to the lower end as Seth takes out Skies. Back door being held by 2. A 3rd in the wings as Wadi enters the fray. Daimyo still hoping for the teammates to kind of clutch up here, but with the doorway framed by a smoke, it could be too easy. Master needs 1 shot, snaps, misses. Backs away with the rest, sprays through the smoke, though, landing on Wadi, who is down to about 8 HP. Skelesis was ready on the wings. Master flips right by him. Wadi is gone. Tillo was the last one. Needs to tap 3 different domes. Gets 1 out of 3, but timer is winding down. Master finishes it off with 3K. It is Boise State to go against the grain.
Yeah, and got a little dicey there for Boise State, but ultimately, once you get that B-site plant down and you have that man advantage, it's really hard to lose those rounds. So Boise State, they sneak away with that little upgraded pistol. You know, they got those opening kills over in B long, and that was enough to propel them through that round, steal things away right from under St. Clair's nose. And now, I believe a tech pause. Yep, there it is. Someone has to restart their PC.
feels bad.
Yeah. But, you know, to be expected, I think the big thing. Oh. There we okay, are we good? We're live? Yes.
Good?
Yes, we are.
Hey. All right. We're
All right.
set. We're set. Little quick reconnect, and everyone is good to go. This time around, guns in hand for Boise State, as we've seen this go their way before. For St. Clair, though, they'll try their best with a little bit of close quarters action. Seth, though, not getting as close as you wish. For this Brimstone, you gotta kind of walk away. Take your looks with that HP diff. Look to sit on site.
destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, Seth gets the information. There's some players over towards this A side of the map that Tejo drone will also give a lot in terms of reaction for the defense. The problem is Seth goes peeking maybe a little bit too soon. Oh, but this flank from Instinct, it just keeps Master busy for just a little bit longer.
Seth, that gun pickup could be the difference between winning the round and losing it. Shower's currently populated and already flooding on out. 2 inside of sight. This is going to be very difficult for St. Clair if they're not wary of what's going on here. Whaley in the back corner calls them out. Waddy's like, guys, need a little bit of help. But Seth able to bunker down, using Tillo as a safety point for Master. Able to swing back in.
Wow.
JP with the Bucky. Rending a shot, and it's down to 2 with the spike currently down. And they know they have to reach close. Oh, Skies. Skies should have heard the movement. Being on the back end, and that's with Instinct now giving themselves away. JP still hiding inside the corner. Waiting on that box. With 20 seconds left, it is a force and a half. It goes down. More time to play. St. Clair, what you got?
Instinct's just trying to get that opportunity to grab that Bulldog. Does just that. So at the very least, with the even weaponry, you can hope that maybe a play can start, but it has to be off of the double peek.
1 enemy remaining.
One-on-one.
Good gun pickup. 18 bullets. You can do this. Taps on the dome, and JP wins it out. St. Clair with the thrifty round. Fist bump a little bit as they're right back into this one.
Thrifty.
Yeah, thrifty clutch at that. JP in the 1v2, able to get things done. Moves St. Clair back into their winning ways. And again, back-to-back thrifties here is enough to really start to put into question just how much of an advantage you can really buy in this game, right? Boise State, they have a couple rifles to their name, but overall the money is not all that great. You have to hope that maybe Master can find something here with that not dead yet. Maybe potentially some mid-round antics from the Seekers as well, from Daimyo. Other than that, St. Clair seems like they have a pretty straight shot into round number 4.
And we said that before, but at the same time, some of these bonuses have been a little bit scraggly between squads that we've seen today. St. Clair, it's all about that gun setup, though. It's an entrance that, you know for sure, populated so far. Boise State making a decent amount of noise. Prowler goes out, locks onto 1, but doesn't see the second. JP, though, shuts down Skies and Skelesis. KOS shoots one down, but Tillo drops Master. Master with the revive. Are you going to find much more? They will stand the ground here in elbow. Tillo waiting for a moment. Master swings around the corner. Hard pre-fire coming out from Tillo to slow them down. Actually really like that call. Master forces swing around the corner. Instinct finishes them off, but KOS on the behind. This one off in tow. Waddy now with 2 in the crosshairs. This plant's going to go down. A little bit of a nade ready to go, and the shells out there.
1 enemy
Luka
remaining.
currently covered. Seth grabs 1 before failing, and Daimyo, last one alive, has to get the plant +2. And at this point, it's a fake plant 3 or 4 times in a row. Gets the gun out, but not fast enough. Waddy finishes it off. It's a team ace for St. Clair.
St. Clair, get it done. Teamwork in hand, 2 alive. They get to start bringing these ultimates online as well. And admittedly, great idea from Master there to use that not dead yet. Try and grab some more space, even grab the kill. But it's that discipline and that utility usage by Tillo immediately counters it with the C's. Stops Master dead in his tracks. And it keeps St. Clair moving. 3-1 lead, potential for more considering the economic state of Boise State.
Shots ringing out. Viper's Pit being used, of course. JP holding it down to the mid-A. Rest of Boise State don't want to take that chance, so they're just slowly backing away. The spike obviously not picked up, but instantly they use that time to push through showers. Quick TP back as they cover in this mid position. They recognize that play is going to be made. JP reads it as well. Masters caught in the mid section. And the rest of Boise State have to scatter.
Gotta get out of there. No way you try and push that now. No Trailblazer to work with. Now you're also down your Clove. You have to hope that maybe Skies could find something on the lurk, but there's 3 players in here. That's huge, though.
Really clean find, but you got to decide on the site. Both currently populated by 2.
Surely you don't just blind push that still. I mean, you have 30 seconds left. But, I mean, you've made your choice. Off the Seekers?
Wow!
30 seconds left.
Seekers use at this time with 2 being broken, so they at least have some information, but finding JP, who has already been lurking, gets yet another. We're down to a 3v2, and honestly, Boise State now being pushed into a rush, and obviously St. Clair on the hightail around. The spike is still not in sight either. Take a look at this. Are they trying to go for a bait? No, there's no time whatsoever. Now they're caught. Skies on the back end saying, guys, what are we doing? KOS able to find Seth, which is great, but you got to get that plan down. Skies able to flush out Wadi. No way they do this. Boise State in the scuffle. Get the plan at the last second. It's down to Tillo. Wait, Tillo with a quick snap to KOS's head. Really, really nice shot. You got to find it, though. Into Lanterns. You smell a possibility. You look to the side, yes you do! Tillo wins it out, clutches up at the very end. But my God, Boise State made that way too close.
Yeah, that was scary there, especially from Skies. Able to sneak his way into the back of the site. I thought maybe he would have been heard, caught out. No. Able to perfectly navigate his way through, but it's Tillo in that 1v2. Clutch time is Tillo time. Locks it in, grabs that 4-1 lead by the horns, and continues the economic dominance here for St. Clair. You look at the weaponry coming through, everyone's got enough for a full rifle plus the full shields. And for Boise State, well, we talked about him in that last round. He gets to kind of be the highlight again here for the Broncos. It's that hero Odin in the hands of, or not Odin, Phantom in the hands of Sky.
They wish it were an Odin, but I feel that'd be a little bit too much to pay for, I think.
No, instead it's just an Oni Phantom.
Oh, there you go, there you go. It's a nice one to see, but that's going to be Skies setting out a little bit of a lurk, but crowd out. Luka currently being spotted. Seth with an orbital strike, though, is able to find one. Skies snaps onto JP. A play for play leaves 1 dead on either side. But it's an ult for 1, just a gunplay for another. Instinct, though, with an even weaker shot. Shorty dumps one down, but Damio and KOS with the crossfire break through the lines of St. Clair. St. Clair down to 2 once more. They got to clutch up yet again.
Yeah. It's an unfortunate position for St. Clair, but reminder, they do have weaponry and they do have firepower. Woody and Tillo both still alive, splitting the map 1-1. Each person in charge of their own site. They're trying to break through this barrier mesh right now. Really pressure Wadi in this situation. But nothing coming of it just yet. 30 seconds left on the clock, and all 3 players for Boise State are here and ready to try and take this fight onto the deadlock.
Well, they easily pull it off. KOS with the Guardian snap, drops Wadi's head. With only 1 left alive. I don't even know if you're going to be able to fully chance this. Tillo once again, and this time Daimyo is ready, shuts that right down. Boise State take their second.
And it's a great round to do it, right?
More of that, and we're
It's another round where you don't have the weaponry, you just have the gusto. And they get it done, they grab a second. It's off the back of sharp placed shots, and you also have to give credit to Sky's convergent path, dash right in, take care of Seth, make sure that there's not going to be too much delay holding back that B site, and the rest of the players, they can go ahead, capitalize on the lack of smokes, and find those kills. And St. Clair now, because of the kind of how much their eco was drained from all those close rounds, down to Sheriffs.
A lot of St. Clair just sending warning shots across the bow. For Boise State, they're not really worried. Information not truly granted as Sky's still hiding in the showers. Well, hiding is a very loose term there as you watch and spray, get 1. Locked into a net, though. No chase around the corner with a teammate to back you up. It's a little bit too difficult for Wadi to breach on in. catch so far. Boise State slowly entering their way into a Wadi hiding inside the smoke, but spotted out as a registration on the hit. Means that Wadi is inside the smoke with a regen shield on the back end, now freshly out. What more you can do, but Master was waiting, shot to the dome. Bye, Wadi. Really, really clean so far as Boise State start to roll on through. They're rolling.
One enemy
The
remaining.
Annihilation being used, of course, and that's just Daimyo popping off right now. Man, making sure that this round is so comfortably in the favor. One loss, so it ain't a flawless, but it might as well be just as close. Tillo, once again, the last one alive. Third time that they've been in this position. I really don't think that it's going to pay out. Instead, just looking for a couple exits as people are looking to try and save up.
Yeah, and Boise State, they want to go for this. They want to make this punishing. At the very least, Tillo going to try and take a couple down with him. Goes for the swing onto Daimyo and doesn't grab it. So Boise State, back-to-back rounds, gives them a huge opportunity to start to snowball this momentum through the middle of the first half. And they have the economy to now back it up.
All right, Boise State stepping into the fray in a big way. Master and Daimyo, both of these players stepping in, 8 kills so far. Are they going to find a few more? And it's been off of really clean rotations, I feel like. Great utilization of some of this utility and ensuring that the information garnered from some of these positional spots, hearing some of the gunshots, St. Clair haven't had that freedom. Granted, last round, a little bit weaker on the gun purchase. This time around, St. Clair having a lot more to work with.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing, though, for Boise State in this round is going to be that Viper's Pit from Koss. But that's assuming they can get the spike down. But with the amount of information that Instinct has here, this deep through showers, I mean, at the very least, that kill from Daimyo does kind of even out the advantage game. But you can see the stack already heading towards this B site. And JP giving up hookah, doesn't want to give his life away too soon.
One drop, but St. Clair's still ability to hold on. That's dash in. JP was ready. Heard it coming, but the Wolf misses on the far end. Seth and JP with Seth from the TP locks them down and step. Instinct finishes it off as St. Clair bounce back in neat style.
Perfect timing there from Seth, and also has to do with the information that Instinct was able to grab on that lurk out of showers, right? Knows for a fact no one's coming A, so it sets up Seth perfectly to sit in front of that teleporter and wait until the pop into hookah happens. And as soon as it happens, as soon as all of Boise State's attention is in that small area where JP and Tillo are playing together, trying to dig out both of those players, Seth can come in, backstab perfectly, and grab St. Clair the 5th round.
For St. Clair, a breath of fresh air, tactically sound in that round win. Boise State pushed into a position where they are still able to buy out, but only just so. They need a strong victory for themselves. They want to get back in this race for game number 1. Daimyo. A couple pings go off of their Sky Trailblazer. Ain't gonna be too comfortable there as more heals come out to play. St. Clair, though, still maintaining a safety level, but Daimyo and KOS opposite side of the map still taking the same old kills. Daimyo with a streak of 2, but Wadi does the same. And it's almost a collat, if you will. They both lined up to get knocked down. 2v3, yet again, St. Clair in a rough spot, and Master wins out that 1v1 duel. Wadi ain't able to hit those shots. You can see that regen on the back end feels great, but Sep with a dome. Great take on the Master, but the plant is over on A.
Yeah, it's that 1v2 though, but comes the way of Daimyo grabbing those 2 huge kills on site. Wadi did his best to try and equalize, but Seth now has to pick up the pieces in the 1v2. Spike is down. There's no Viper's Pit committed from Boise State. Instead, they're just looking to play the numbers. They do have that utility from Skelesis. You can see it already being set up. First missile goes down.
Smoke's down.
Second one soon to be committed, but Seth tries to go for it, and Koss sneaks away with the kill. So Boise State still keep things close, 4-5, as we go into round number 10.
Really, really well done coming in from the side of Boise State. Making it as close as possible and really pushing at the top bracket. Daimyo and Master will continue to frag out. And given the right opportunities, I mean, the Sky and Clove, not exactly what you would expect in top frag moments, but really keeping up pace. For St. Clair, are they able to get a good read? It always feels like Sky is at the opening. Daimyo stepping up to that plate, swinging, giving space, and then also taking space if they need. St. Clair, can you get a mark on them? Right now, a fight inside of that spawn. Instinct straight from the teleporter is able to lock down. Not before losing their life. Tillo answers back. Master spray straight through Tillo. And then Skies follows suit. Boise State really stepping in on their attacking half here. They look better and better each round.
Oh, Daimyo almost died to his teammate's utility there, but able to barely back away in time.
Planted.
At the very least for Woody, you know, realistically this should be a save, right? 1v4. You were able to pick up the Vandal, though. That does feel a little bit nice as a consolation prize. Maybe you can sneak away with a couple of kills as well. But for Boise State, you play that anti-eco well. Everyone's able to get at least one.
Bouncing around. Wadi with a shot, but knows there's right many more.
Okay, I mean, are you aware that there was one more coming heaven? Otherwise, you just have to hope that.
Oh my God!
Assist. Ooh. Listen, that was a tough 2. Skies, though, able to make sure you don't escape with that rifle, Wadi. So we're all tied up 5-5 at the half. And Boise State, I mean, they are making a statement here in map number 1.
That was one of the ruder ways to take a couple exit frags. I mean, you like it. Tempering a bit of that late econ buildup. I think for St. Clair is a really big one, but for right now, you're currently tied. That's the main thing on the mind for St. Clair. A little bit of a lock set down by Wadi. It does deny Boise State an entrance, so instead they'll have to peel off a little bit, maybe look towards Hookah side and long.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, it's info for Instinct. Grabs the information. There's at least one player over towards short. And again, St. Clair, they go for these early info plays. And they have the right stack. 3 players over towards this site, but Boise State, no strangers to just absolutely dominating on these executes. So if St. Clair's not careful, they will get caught out.
Toxins going up.
St. Clair still waiting for a moment. Boise State playing this one really, really slowly. Daimyo, who has been top fragger so far, looking to enter into this Hookah side. Looking high so far. Might hear some footsteps on that corner, but that's a run back by your own teammate. And you're almost body blocked by the save.
That's crazy.
Ran into something, almost got peeked out, but still given a chance at life. In comes that convergent path, and the rest of the team dances on in. KOS takes the time to find Tillo. Rest of the squad from Boise State rushing on in. Spark found, shot ringing out, but that's gonna be the blind. Didn't see a JP try to swing. Master though with the revive, still enables JP to find it. Skelis is gonna rack up one more. And here comes that orbital strike to slow them all down, force them out into the corner. Master finds one in CT. This 2v2, they gotta get that plant. What a shot though. Not a shot. Master falling, unable to get that kill on rebuttal. Viper's Pit being drawn here. This 2v2, it's so dangerous. Deadlock, no annihilation found. Instead, you're working with just guns. What the poison, though? I like it. Seth melted down to nearly nothing. Inside, though, KOS makes the magic happen in the chaos. Only Seth alive. You got to knock down 2. Gets 1. You got to bounce now. It's tough. This quiet pace is there, but you find it at the end. KOS opted to walk on out, and that will be St. Clair to maintain the lead.
That's why
that feels like almost a shoo-in for Boise State. Master uses that not dead yet, gives so much space for Koss to use that ult, but Seth barely sneaks through that Viper's Pit, and in a perfect time takes care of the duo of Koss and Skelesis in that 2v1. And it gives St. Clair at the very least an even half. But they're looking for one more round, take that 2-round lead, and they have a Viper's Pit of their own from JP. They look to use it towards short and completely lock down this A site.
You're wondering how high Boise State was able to run, and so far they are matching pace. St. Clair have actually been met and overcome in terms of some of these gun duels. What happened again is JP is waiting off on the wings. Decent bullet set to go as Stephen Waddy really sprayed from the outside. Well done, well played. JP face to face with the enemy. Viper barrel stuffs one, but now it's showers to be played. Daimyo trying their best. Sees one hop across, gives info back, spray into that corner. Trying to get that wall bang, but unfortunately there's only so much that you can hit. With only 2 left alive, the wraparound is real. All corridors set to B site have been blocked off. It's A or nothing for Boise State. Unfortunately, that swing will come. Instinct and Seth make it a flawless round to end. St. Clair bounce back with a 7-5 half.
Switching sides.
You want to talk about momentum? That is a huge way to mark it. You take the last 2 rounds of the half, one of them, the latter, being in a flawless fashion. Now you move into this attack side. It's like a brand new half. Boise State, no real sentinel to rely on, so it's going to be hard to lock down these sites. You have to hope that Cause's utility will be enough in a lot of these situations, and considering we know how Instinct likes to play, the utility that he brings, the force that he can bring with these flashes, it's going to be hard to just rely on some Viper smokes to get you by. Instead, it's going to be 3 players all tucked into hookah, looking to try and catch out a caught off guard Waddy.
Don't miss me too much.
Well, Waddy was not surprised at all. Snaps onto 1, saw 2 more go around, but was more worried about that mid push instead. First frag for themselves. They'll find a second as Master push up a little bit too far. Another from Hookah as JP lurks on that shower end. Long range share shot leaves it to a 2v5. St. Clair surgically removing members of Boise State around the map. They're looking for yet another as this attacking side for St. Clair looks masterful. Quick pick at the end as they end the first half with the flawless and open the second half with the flawless. Really well done from St. Clair.
Yeah, this feels like the St. Clair I was expecting coming into today. Very on point, communication flowing. They're rewarded with another pistol win and another opportunity to anti-eco, but it's not like you can call this round a shoo-in. We saw what Boise State were able to do in the very last half, where they lost that pistol and ended up taking the eco round to follow. So it's not like you can call this a shoo-in for St. Clair just yet. They still have to get through quite a few powerful pistols.
And we've seen pistol players do work before, but usually when they kind of rush together, this slow walk with 3 in A mid is not always the main play. For St. Clair, it's the long side of the map instead. Playing in the garden, not getting too much information. Drop down might be huge. Couple shots ringing out here. Instinct recognizing a footstep or 2. But you're not really finding much purchase that. Just quick pre-fire. Looking for the right time to land that shot. TP gonna be used now, at least with the clone for the moment. No sound being made in the return, so it will be a B-side hit. Timer winding down 45 seconds. Slow crawl in the left side corner, and Instinct rips through KOS. That is the only defender currently on site right now, but Skelos is on the top ropes. Instinct with the flick after a turnaround. Tillo paid their life. Daimyo, though, answers against JP. JP not happy about that one. You leave him a little bit worse for wear. Down to a 3v3. Waddy, though, ready for the lurk on this far side. And with the Guardian, taps away on Skies. Easy frag out there. 3v2 St. Clair looking good. Master denies, though. And Instinct, after falling, has to watch as the rest of the team tries to clutch this up. 2v2. Waddy is the star. That's 2 total for the round. 1 more to go as Daimyo only has that bandit. Not exactly the handgun you wish it were. That gives Waddy their 3rd. St. Clair moved to 9-5.
Yeah, thankfully St. Clair able to pull this round across the board. And they do give a 4-round lead to their side. And it's Waddy and JP, the Brazilian duo, making names for themselves here in this map. 14 kills apiece, topping the leaderboards across the lobby. And it's been impact plays from both of them, right? Multi-kills to come across the board and almost bail St. Clair out of some of these rounds where Boise State are really holding their own and making a name for themselves in.
Boise State, they got the guns to hold this time. Are they going to make some magic? Orb picked up. Once again for St. Clair, really playing this one slow. Don't want to give any advantages. Don't want to give the slightest bit of information to play into their pocket. They might step out a little bit more. Instinct pre-fires a bit, doesn't really land anything on Skies. And in comes that call. Instinct opens up with first blood. Master was able to answer back, but Seth rips it away. Tournament is down to a 4v3. JP around the corner though. Daimyo was not ready. Corner pocket though held by Skelis, back by CT. And Wally finishes him off. 3v1 though, as poor KOS gonna try their best.
But it's that post-plant situation, and St. Clair not one to give these away so easily. Kosk gonna have to try a bit harder, but I think it's gonna be forced. The save has to come through. Not like you have a big bankroll to speak of anyways. You've been walled off heaven. You've been smoked. And glory of utility thrown at you through elbow. So just sit out towards long. Stay away. Make sure you can't get hunted. Maybe if you feel like teleporting in towards showers to try and sneak away with a couple of kills here or there, you could. But you know how this round ends, and it's with a save.
Well done, well played by St. Clair's side. Really, really comfortable pace of play. Deep 3 so far. We're able to lock down that last, as you mentioned, but I think St. Clair kind of got this one. You can see low inventories. KOS the only one really with a rifle. Boise State, do you see a way for them to kind of take this one away? Because if not, you're looking at 11-5 here in the first map.
If you want Boise State to take this, it has to be from what they do that works, which is taking space, right? Especially with the comp that they have, they're really good at pushing for information, finding either the picks or the free space, and reporting that to the rest of the team. You can see in this round, though, might have a connection issue. Daimyo's just sitting in spawn currently.
Yeah, don't like that, but
this is actually the tried and true strategy of.
Oh, they're back.
Oh,
they're
okay.
back. Nope, they're good.
I don't know.
They're good.
I don't know. I've seen it before where you just have someone sit and spawn and act as a fast rotate, so I was thinking it might be that. But no, we're in. We're live. 3 players over towards this A side, and that is actually where St. Clair are headed. Figure it's a harder site to hold, more space.
Technically, that was a fast rotate. I'll give him credit. That was a rotate into A. Now it's a full rotate from St. Clair, though, as all 5 are going to burst onto the scene. They're going to find 3 defenders, but Sky was ready to go. Quick snap number 1 with the Sure slows down their pace of play. Wadi with the plant as the rest of Boise State walk away, and I like this call. You wait for the rest of the team. Again, in this defensive position, though, it has to be strong arm. Tillo ready with the big guns, though, and through that corner wall. It's good damage onto Tillo. 19 HP. KOS was ready. Wadi once again picking off yet another. It's down to a 3v3. Timer ticking away, though.
This flank from Instinct is huge.
Yeah, big
In
opportunity
showers.
with that flank. Instinct 1 HP, and you find it, you lurk, you fire, you only get 1, you get 2, there it is! Third by Wadi. St. Clair clean up and grab their 11th round.
And it's the bottom fragger making big plays for St. Clair. We talked about him coming into the game, right? Instinct being this guy who can take over. He had a bit of a slow start here in map number 1, but finally in these moments, in these late round, late game moments, finally making a name for himself, grabbing those 2 huge kills to lock away round number 16, giving 11th to St. Clair, and push Boise State back into a tough spot, right? This is really their last chance with a full inventory of guns before they lose this map.
Eyes out here. Shots around the corner. Skelis is blinded out. Boise State looking to try and force their way into showers. The noise has been made, and St. Clair were waiting a little bit with that default. Swing on 1, sees 1 spots. And that actually forces St. Clair away from that A side. Says, no thank you, don't want to deal with the sky. Instead, that's going to be a breakthrough. Instinct. He's running around the corner. KOS with another leap, just trying to bait out an extra shot. Not really believing that clone. KOS. Full different story. Hard spray through the smoke. Rotates around, but Instinct catches KOS as they fall through the teleporter. What a shot. Instinct goes down, but JP helps out on the back end. The crossfire works wonders as St. Clair to maintain their player advantage. JP, another spray. Great shot for 2. Looking towards CT's side. There's 2 left to enter. Boise State not liking this. And yet again, St. Clair might have the perfect lurk advantage. One more from a rotate. Leaves them a little bit scared, and they have no idea. Skelesis watches their teammate hop around and through that deadlock grate. It's going to take some time to burst. Skelesis, what can you do? Tillo sending a spray, saying, guys, you don't have much space to play with. It's either break out or pray in that corner. It looks like they're going to take a choice of pray and no way out. Your lives are now forfeit. Actually, wait, they run straight into Seth, who was ready to take one more. I like that call, and poor Daimyo gets caught. St. Clair on map point.
Yeah, that was calculated from St. Clair. Every part of that round went exactly how they wanted it to. And now they get to sit here rewarded. Map point on their way to a 1-0 start in this series. Boise State, though, barely able to grab rifles together, but you can see it is not without some concessions. Skelesis has to go down to the Spectre. Master and Daimyo both don't even have any armor to their name. You just have to hope that the not dead yet, or maybe the pick-me-up in the hands of Master, will be enough to put them over the line.
They do so. It spots so well, but the energy from Boise State seems to have petered out. Instinct ready to go with the Dimensional Drift, one of the best ways to end the map. Just gain all the information, but Sky was ready, heard that call and said, no thank you. I know you're going to be around that corner. Another snap, grabs one more head, but Instinct popped into the middle of the site, said, heyo, welcome. It is a birthday surprise. And with the entire site cleared out, it's now ready to round out through mid. Said, guys, I know one was here at least, and ready with the shorty behind. It's a little bit of danger. Master waiting on the end. Converter pass snapped away, but Instinct with a 4K wreck shop in their face with a teammate to help out. Denies the secondary revive. KOS on the back end able to find Tillo, but the damage has already been done. KOS last one alive, wrapped up and position known. It is a very difficult defusal. KOS has to play perfectly. Multi-swing out, but Instinct actually goes down. KOS is ready for it. Shorty is out to play. You're going to pop out of the smoke, and you'll get it, KOS! Plays the goal from Instinct and saves for the 6th.
Just barely in the 1v3. Koss gets it done for Boise State. Brings them a 6th round and keeps them alive here on their map pick of Bind. But oh boy, was it close. You have to give credit for Master not dead yet being used just to buy a little bit more time. Daimyo and Skies also making huge plays in that round. Just barely puts them across, just barely allows for another reinvestment here for Boise State. But can you make magic happen twice? And on top of that, 5 more times after that to bring it to OT.
Oh. Boise State find a glimmer in a very dark corridor. Will they find it once more? Scan out. Yellow spotted. Now getting a little bit corroded there. Not liking the poison damage that obviously heal on up, but hard spray through that would be the difference. Big walk up. Of course the clone comes out to play. That swing around the corner. Sky is able to lock down one before getting blinded out. Another little call out though. As Sky is completely zoned away from noise. Don't like that one, but you're still alive. Master finds JP. It seems Boise State are fighting back. St. Clair, they put a lot of resources into this B site. And yet again, they're forced to hold. They have the TP there, but that TP can be so dangerous. So instead, they just fully cook. Prowler goes out. Traps on the sky, Instinct takes advantage, but Hookah's side, KOS was ready.
Down,
The poison
B.
shot to the back of
30
elbow.
seconds left.
Instinct locked into a corner, not liking that one. Quick tap on the shoulder peak.
remaining.
Down goes Instinct's Wadi though. Answers in kind. 1v3 position. You have the second hand and the full HP bar and shield. Are you actually gonna get enough? Hiding inside a box. Sprays around. Nothing actually tags him, which is wild. But now you gotta look 3 different ways to Sunday. Peeks out right, sees a body, sees 2 drop down, and you have to shoot so many members. Master though. A great shot through that wall will close it out. Boise State will sit on 7.
Not only do they get to 7, but it forces St. Clair down to a kind of uncomfortable economy. So for the rest of this map, St. Clair are going to be saving and then reinvesting as they see fit. This is realistically the kind of last buy they'll get. You have to see a couple weapons dropped across here or there. So at the very least, though, for the Saints, they have the Annihilation online. Dimensional Drift, only 1 away. So for Boise State, you don't want to have to use all these ultimates. You want to try and keep them around for the next couple rounds when St. Clair gets their ult cycle on.
St. Clair, you're seeing a couple pathways blocked off here.
Oh,
Boise
no,
State,
Skies.
there's more ways to take advantage. Oh, Skies wide, hiding in this corner, sees a gun barrel, nobody checks. That's one. Trigger Discipline is holding on, and you're still
No
waiting
way.
and waiting. You see 2 backs, you get 1, that's more than enough. Are you gonna get yet another? Skies pops that corner and catches. Wadi with the snag on the Skelesis though, and we're even at 3 and 3. But seriously, that could have been so much worse. St. Clair, and they're kicking themselves for not checking that corner.
3 and 3, and St. Clair do have a chance to rotate as well. They're not locked in by any means, so Seth and JP could decide to leave if they see fit. Instead, group up with Instinct, play the 3 as a death ball, try and pick off Skies, but he's already gotten 2, could grab more.
Oh boy. Oy! Instinct.
No.
Instinct was ready. Well played there. Now in a 3v1 looks much better for them. Daimia though, the top fragger so far, ain't gonna outfrag Instinct. 3K with the setup. They're able to close it out. St. Clair, map 1.
Yeah, St. Clair. It looks good, and while it was an impressive attempt of a comeback for Boise State, St. Clair do keep things clean at the end. 13-7, the way of St. Clair. And it's on Boise State's map pick. So when we talk about the underdog story for the Broncos, right, coming into this, does that fill you with confidence heading into Haven? Where are we at as the Boise State believer?
Oh, okay. You're throwing this back in my face, and you know what? I'll eat that one. I am filled with confidence of the sort that they will put up a fight. And I think that's what we've been asking for them every single time. These rounds have not been clean. They were clean a little bit earlier for St. Clair. There were a lot of really smooth offenses and defenses. But, I mean, for Boise State, they made it chaotic towards that end. And I think that's all I could ask for. Do I want to win, though? Absolutely. I want to see this map turn around for them, even if it isn't their pick. What say you, Angel, on the front for St. Clair? Do we see this be 2-0?
Listen. Bind was my question mark map. I really thought
Okay.
if there was a world where Boise State could take Bind, then things would start to get a little scary. But St. Clair, they keep things calm, they keep things collected, and they lock in that first map. Haven still could be very close. I don't want to give any sort of doubt about that. It's not going to be a sleeper by any means, but St. Clair picked that map for a reason. They have to be confident in it to a certain degree.
All right, you know what? I actually agree with you on that point as well. We can hope for the best of both outcomes, but only one team will walk away with the series. Will it be a map 3 or will it be closed out in 2? Only one way to see. Don't go anywhere. Division 1 Valorant will be back in just a bit.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset. Because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. Because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Tell me, who do you love? Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me, who do you love? Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me, who do you love? Tell me, who do you love? Tell me, who do you love? Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me, who do you love? Could it be me? Be your fantasy?
shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down.
As a Boise State enjoyer, I had hopes, and as a, St. Clair enjoyer of Ancient Angel, the predictions did really come true. St. Clair still look as dominant as we've seen last week, as we've seen in weeks prior, as we've seen in seasons prior, I think. And yes, there were some mishaps a little bit, but they made sure to kind of temper things where necessary.
And that's the key, right? When we talk about this St. Clair team, is the discipline, is the ability to hunker down and just play solid, fundamental Valorant. It's what we've seen from them time and time again. That's how they cut their teeth in collegiate. That's how they've cut their identity as a school, is just being solid in the fundamentals. And that's what got them across the line on Bind, despite the hero plays out from Boise State, despite the phenomenal performance we saw from individuals like Skies, like Daimyo, like Skelesis. It didn't matter in the clutch. St. Clair was able to neutralize.
Yeah, and I think it did come down to the one player that you were talking about before, Instinct. Instinct had a very rough start to this game, but it was picked up by the rest of the teammates. We saw people step up in their JP, being one of them a lot on those flanking rotations, making sure to have a lot of the marks with the abilities. But Instinct, we have to give credit, stepped up big towards those post-clutch matchups, especially in the final, I think, like 3-4 rounds that we watched go through. It really did feel like Instinct kind of was unleashed onto the site, said, hey guys, we just got to get this win. We literally need like just one more round. We just need to close it out. And so moving into Haven, do we see that same level of execution? Do you think Instinct is able to roll on in with that confidence from that point, or do you still think it's going to be a little bit of a rev start, or do you think that Instinct is going to need a little bit of time to buffer into this map?
Well, here's the thing, and this is something that's important to remember, is that when Instinct wasn't in the map, when Instinct wasn't online, it was still really close, right? That's when it was that back and forth 5-5, like, oh, maybe Boise State are going to take it to overtime, and it's going to be just a back and forth affair. And then in that second half, Instinct just shows up and starts dominating. So, right, even if Instinct does need a little bit to warm up, it's not like Boise State are going to be able to run away with the game until that point, right? It's like you mentioned, JP can step up and fill those shoes. We saw Waddy have a phenomenal performance. You can see even Tillo in moments, right? That we talk about the Tillo time clutches. That's what we expect from the rest of St. Clair. So not only are you hoping for Instinct to go quiet, if you're a Boise State fan, not only are you hoping for Instinct to go quiet, but also for the rest of Boise State to just be on such good form that even these hero moments from the rest of St. Clair can't match the performance that the Broncos are putting in the server.
Yeah, I really do feel like St. Clair are going to look better and better as we move into this one. So we are going to be waiting a little bit. I believe Tillo's PC actually crashed, so that was the Clutch Master ain't going to be clutching anytime soon until we get that PC up and going one more time. Hopefully it's not a full blue screen. Those always kind of suck. Looking at Haven, though, I do feel like this is a map that obviously we saw in the earlier series. Today, we saw some pretty heavy-handed rushes, though, I think, coming through. So do we expect to see a more diversified pool of sites, or are we going to get the standard, AC with the B hit mixed in every eco or so?
I think what you're expecting from this match is a lot different than what we saw earlier today on Haven, right? That was a very special case with Ohio State coming in and the kind of calling structure that they have. Now when you're looking at Boise State, remember, this is a core 5 that they like to play the disciplined brand of Valorant. Sure, you're going to see a couple pop plays here and there where they're going to try and take a lot of space very, very quickly. But for the most part, it's going to be defaults, right? They're going to be playing standard Haven. And a lot of that comes from defaults, from playing slow, from looking at the extremities and trying to find those picks. It's not going to be just go run it down B every round.
Yeah, don't want to get into a firefight with St. Clair. I don't think any team actively wants to, except if you're Maryville. Maryville would be the only team that would gladly
Winthrop
take that type of firefight. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that a little bit. They take the challenge, but I don't know if they come out on top with it. They definitely have the ego mentality to check them in that matchup, I think, in there. So, at the same time, that might be a story for playoffs. At the same time, we could always be talking about this a little bit later on, and that's where everything is settled at the end of the day. What would need to happen, though, for Boise to actually push ahead and be able to push us to Breeze as a decider? Because we've been talking about what we think will happen this map, but what do we think should happen for them to be able to take this St. Clair's map pick?
I think if you want, if you're a Breeze fan, and don't get me wrong, old Breeze was terrible, but this new Breeze has some legs to it. I kind of like it. I've been kind of missing some Breeze, so being able to see it would be a treat. I think if you're a Breeze enjoyer like me, you have to hope for not only a really great game out of Prestige, who now steps in instead of Master, and also to see some good highlights from Skies hopping onto this Neon. But you need to see, kind of like we mentioned, the taming of Instinct, kind of quieting down on this Neon, and to not see nearly as many hero plays from guys like Tillo, guys like JP, guys like Waddy. Those need to happen significantly less. You need a continuation of the good form from the Broncos and a kind of taming of the Saints, and that would be enough to get us to Breeze, and who knows what could happen in the Wild West of map number 3.
It's either going to be chaotically good, chaotically bad, or chaotically funny. I think that's what might be going down here. St. Clair on the attack. Let's see what they can roll on out. A side looking like the main side hits long to be positioned for a bit. And they'll be looking to maybe rush a little bit harder, but once they meet the stalwart Killjoy setup, which is probably on the B site, one for another. That's a quick rush in. Instinct, though, tapped out as Daimyo was like, guys, did you really just try that? Taps out Instinct, who falls to the floor. It brings out yet another. At this point, you have Skies on that quick rotate. Massive pull of members, and St. Clair might be recognizing and saying, guys, we might have an open C and B site.
Well, and that's the quick response from Tillo, right? Immediately taking this garage space, holding this side of the map, making sure that, you know, this fast rotate that Boise State did isn't going to go unpunished. So you can see 4 players for the Boise State side. They were all still over towards A, but Tillo gets timinged, and Koss gets the reward. Now 3 on 5. It doesn't even matter if St. Clair plant the spike. They're still going to be in an uphill battle for the rest of the round.
That battle might be made a little bit easier, though, as the shots ring out, but Prestige still able to clutch out yet another. JP not able to hit that pistol shot, and Seth also taking the low HP. Prestige right now just waiting and biding their time. It's a 5v2 position, one of the best that Boise State has started with. They really do want to start this map off in good standing. Seth turns the corner, 22 HP. Takes some shots but misses most. Waddy with shot number 1. Picks up 1 but still falls, and that's the finish. Skelesis, as well as the rest of the team, close it out for Boise State as they open with a pistol round win.
Go ahead. Take that opening pistol, Boise State. You earned it. Those opening 3 kills, by the way, that was a 2v5 at the very end. Do an excellent job, and it's the first pistol round on the board for Boise State in this series. And if you can continue this momentum throughout this half on the defense side of Haven, that puts you in really excellent position when you go into that second half. But you want to see what St. Clair can do with these kind of light rifles, right? Especially considering this is now where JP's really going to be able to cut his teeth and lurk more.
Bare your fangs. Hard rush in. St. Clair going with the trident shoe mid-side rush. Quick plant coming out from Seth. Really nicely done. No real major smokes to cover that advantage. Instead, it's just a wall play. And they're still playing garage side. Scylla opens up with one, but Prestige had that Bulldog ready to rip. Recon sent very, very quickly.
Take flight.
It's destroyed just the same, but the chance at that Owl drone. It's given all the information in the world. Daimyo snipes out Instinct. Quick 1-2 to the body. And now with that hold through garage, it's a problem spanning multiple. Boise State put 2 on that defusal. Daimyo still holding it down in the defense position and rips one more through the smoke. Are you kidding me? Daimyo on one right now.
Yeah, and Prestige gets to go ahead, take the defuse, get one step closer to the not dead yet. But you mentioned it, Daimyo on that Outlaw just looked absolutely lethal. Converts the round across for Boise State. Go ahead, flex the charm again.
Turn out.
No dice.
Drats. Nonetheless.
Well, we tried to call for him. We tried our best, but right now this is Boise State looking good so far. Now, of course, you know, St. Clair is off that eco, so it's a little bit of a bonus. Let's see if Boise State are able to turn 3 like St. Clair did back in map 1.
And they'll get close for sure. Especially considering just how sharp everyone on this Boise State squad is looking right now. St. Clair going back to this A-hit. The problem is not only is the Killjoy utility here, so is the stack on the site. 3 players over towards the side. Prestige, Skelesis, and Daimyo all ready and waiting to fight into this A site.
Long flank held, and most of A is actually given up here. St. Clair, though, taking a lot of time.
This is what St. Clair loves doing in their defaults, though. They love trying to manipulate these rotates, and that's exactly what they've done. They've pulled all of those players that were early stacking on the A site away, so now it's just Daimyo. And you know, while Daimyo still could be good for 1, it's going to be really easy to overwhelm him. The problem with St. Clair is the longer they wait, the easier it is for Boise State to start rotating back over. So they need to go now, and they need to catch Daimyo off guard, and they've done just that. And they've taken the site, but they don't have the numbers to go with it.
Well, they kind of do. It will be a full 5v5. Plant out in the middle, I believe. So to tuck 1 in hell plus 1 long. They converted most of the back side of the site, forcing Boise to enter through CT. That really funnels the opportunities. Wall goes up again from the defending Viper, but listen to that spray. Hard unleash of the bullets, and you run straight on in. Woody with a great shot, Instinct with the second, JP with the third. Everyone getting a piece of it. Daimyo still ripping one away, but Woody grabs a second, and with 2 feet firmly planted, it's Daimyo, the last one alive, and a pistol ain't outdueling that Phantom. Well done by St. Clair to carry 4 into round 4.
Oh, this is a
And
much
that's the
better
power of
trajectory.
this A site, right? The second that St. Clair was able to move the stack off of the A site, it's so easy to overwhelm Daimyo. And sure, leaving the site and going for that full retake is the right play. The problem is that A site, it's just so hard to retake when St. Clair have 5 alive. It's so easy for them to just stack up on high-low angles in the post plant and completely dominate any retake attempts, weaponry or not. So St. Clair rewarded with their first. Boise State go for a huge push play out of A main, and they give up C in the process.
Yep, I mean, it was a call and a half. I don't disagree with it, but now it's going to be that retake. And take a look. The defensive posturing coming out from St. Clair, already locking down C long, forcing a garage and CT side entrance. Of course, you could look to push on through, and that's what Skies is exactly going to do, but you're going to be meeting of the minds in a rough spot early. Hunter's Fury being called out here just to try and stop some damage. Normally, Woody would try and hold on to that one, but maybe you're baiting out another voice. Skies on the wings. KOS, though, answers into Seth. And Prestige and Skies and Daimyo. What just happened on the site? Hard spray annihilates St. Clair, and Woody can do nothing about it. Boise State collectively sit on that 3rd round.
Yeah, that is how you do a retake right there. Maybe just some trigger fingers from St. Clair. Getting a little too antsy in the post plant. They lose those gunfights and can't play the time enough. So Boise State extending that lead up to 2 rounds now. And while Daimyo is having an amazing performance sitting at 6-1. You still have to give praise to Prestige as well, holding that secondary fragging spot on the Clove. After stepping in to this series halfway through, wasn't here on map 1. Still performing like this.
Shock bolt, and I don't think went exactly where they wanted, maybe a little bit higher to cut off that corner pocket, but it's enough to scare off the rest of Boise State. St. Clair back to the tried and true B side plant, but with 2 lurkers on the back end. Take a look at this one. JP with the gun in hand is saying, guys, might be able to hold this one down. Peeks around the corner and finds Skies. Really nice frag, but doesn't keep looking down that hallway, and actually Prestige was waiting, but JP doesn't care. There's the tap that we were wanting. Woody in the meantime took out KOS. 1 in garage. Daimyo is going to try and make some magic happen. Daimyo has been the star for this team and is looking like they're going to do it again. Is KJ doing better and better here on map number 2? But I mean, that's all they might just find. JP waiting off of the wings, cutting off mid-entrance. I don't think Daimyo's going to have too much. Down they go. JP with 3. And that's going to be the spike going off. One of the rare times where we see a B-side hit actively work for a squad like this.
Yeah, St. Clair, they just play the map so well, right? One of the big things that you need to do when you go plant on that B site in a rifle round like that is you need to maintain control of garage, and you need to maintain control of the extremities. Keep pressure there so that way Boise State can't just flood retake. And that's exactly what St. Clair do. They do it perfectly with JP and Tillo. Just buying time. And it gets them to this spot where they're able to pick up that second round. Boise State now in a weird spot, and seeing Aries bought through on one of their players, among other compromises. It's a very kind of silent start to the round for St. Clair as they want to explore mid again. That's a huge opener from Tillo.
You just speak it into existence, Angel. I think that's what happens, right?
I do.
Yep. But we do like yapping. We're casters after all, so we're gonna keep yapping and see what more we can draw here. Yeah, it's gonna be super quiet, right? Nope. JP swings on the Skelesis, and that'll be the second to go down. Boise State now losing a lot of their foothold on this A site. It'll be the corridor of electricity to be laid out in front. This neon might not be looking to gain that much space. However, Heaven side for Skies will be looking, but Seth more than ready to take that out. Said no dice for you. Daimyo still alive, able to take 1 and secure their KDA. But the spike is the main one to play for, and for St. Clair, it really does feel like they are rolling on in. Seth with a great shot to the skies and brings it to a 3rd. Well done. St. Clair ties it up.
Quick little math with Angel moment. If you have the numbers advantage and you plant on the A site on Haven, you have an over 70% chance to win the round in any rank. That is how strong the A site on Haven is. So the fact that St. Clair is able to do it yet again just shows how good they are playing this offense. And this timeout from Skelesis on Boise State, you got to rally the troops, got to get everyone together on the same page, because remember, you were at a 3-1 lead, you Golden State Warriors, and now we're in round 7, it's all tied up.
You can see this timeout as well. Boise State, they started off strong, but it's been a 3 their way, 3 the other way, and it's definitely a weird one. You can even see Seth talking in the back, discussing. They're on a really good spree right now, but they need to be a little bit more aware maybe of, you know, where the next defensive posturing is going to be. How do they want to aggress? How do they want to free fire? And at the same time, just have fun. You can see it. All the players there, smiles along the way, and I like it a lot.
And again, we talk about teams being very open with each other, having good comms. St. Clair is one of those teams that is at that echelon. And Instinct now, the Neon Odin. Haven't seen this one all that often, but surprisingly enough, I have seen it before. So
I would say I've seen it as well, but I see it in bronze, not exactly in the right, not the right area to talk about seeing the meta strat,
Is that
right?
when you're playing Neon and you pick up the Odin, or?
Listen, we don't talk about what I like to do in my games, okay? We just leave that to the wayside, please. I prefer not talking about what happens.
If Instinct is doing it, you must be doing something right. So.
Hey, listen, I pioneered that. He got it off of me. You see that? That's
okay.
what happens then. Okay, I'm gonna stop right now.
I will say this: he's doing an excellent job right now of selling this execute. The only fear is that the bulk of St. Clair and the Spike also here on this A side of the map. But if they can catch out Skies, which there has been a gap that is severely exploited right now.
Sky can get the shots. No, you can't, Woody! Woody shuts that down, brings Sky back to Earth. That's the damaging focus that you hate to see. This also opens up a lot of space because you didn't hear any noise on C, and instead it's just that wall. But Tillo actually waits for half a moment, giving time for Boise State to rotate on over. They don't have the firepower, but they got the manpower at least. If you swing with 3 sheriffs, you can do a lot of damage on the back end. No bolts go out, no shocks to war. JP, though, rips through Skelesis, and Daimyo is a bit late on this rotate, trying to look at a lurk, but that turret gives way more of an advantage. However, Prestige and Daimyo do some more KOS to follow up behind. But of course, with that damage set, there's only so much that you can do. Prestige actually got that revive permanent. But Woody finishes it off. 4K for that Sova, who, in their own, probably should have had that Odin. Instead, St. Clair take the lead.
Let's give it to Instinct again. But all things considered, St. Clair, they play the round clean. They get the job done. They bring themselves back into a winning standing. And reminder, all of Boise State's rounds thus far have come off of retakes, including the pistol and the anti-eco. So, no stranger to playing the retake, especially now that they have guns back. But it's a fast play. Oh my.
I love everything about that. Listen, when nothing else works, go for the solo queue rush, and that's exactly what happened. Daimyo still able to pick up some momentum back there, who has been fracking out of their mind, it feels like, in some of these really good rounds. Of course, St. Clair are now onto that, guys, and are now locking down just one more. KOS cannot see a dang thing. You're forced out of your entry point. Tillo picks up a quick phantom and still rips through that corner pocket, just trying to get some extra damage down. Boise State, no more answers to be had, though, as KOS saying, guys, I just got to go for that play. I don't really have a choice, so might as well send it with a salute. Peeks around the corner, arm exposed. Woody wasn't ready, and now they're just going to melt. 1, 2, 3. 3 strikes, you're out. KOS gone. St. Clair with the blistering pace. 5th round.
Yeah, that was fast, and comes off the back of the opener from Instinct. Finally looking a little bit more alive here in map number 2. Still not topping the board or anything, but doesn't need to with the performance that Woody, JP, and Seth are having. You can go ahead, take a little back seat. And on the other side for Boise State, it's been the Daimyo show. He's been the guy to look at, to carry this team across, to have hero plays, to get multi-kills. You just have to hope that one of the other Broncos can start bucking up a storm with him.
I mean, they might. This is the second time they've been so offensive on their defensive end, and it feels like they kind of throw caution to the wind. You talked about St. Clair really liking to play these slow defaults, try and pull people away, but Boise State, I quite literally said, screw it. We're not going to be yanked either way. We're going to take these gun duels right at the front, and St. Clair are probably more than willing to do so. Aldrone goes out, spots on Sky on the side flank. Sky's still able to rip one, but Tillo answers back. It will be a 1 for 2 total at the start here for Boise State. We're not thrilled about this allocation. However, with that smoke going down, Tillo spots one more on that A Premier, so C's side relatively clear except for the KJ util. Of course, with the KJ down, it don't really matter. But yeah, St. Clair don't really know that.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter if KJ utility is anywhere, as KJ is dead, and that's the same on both sides now. Mid completely taken over by Boise State, but St. Clair, they have a lot of real estate to work with.
30 seconds
their
left.
Pick of site, really, they could go A or C. I think they've opted towards the latter.
Yep.
Meeting up over towards C Link.
I'll be honest, I've never seen a team have pick of the litter for their site plant from CT side. Like, that's not usually what happens here, but I think that's actually what happened. It was a very weird situation that accumulated because Boise State were so willing to go on the offensive measures. So we're getting this position of Hunters here being used early. Instinct, though, with the laser said, guys, you lurked a little bit too hard, and now we're going to burn you alive. Now from CT spawn, and it is coming too. And Instinct getting that information is going to hightail it back through Garage and immediately split into Boise's face. And it creates this crossfire perception that I don't think Boise are ready for. Smoke is out. Shorty in front. Laser from afar. And a knife to look to finish. You get it! No, Instinct finish it off. Instinct with the 3K. Knife attempt by Seth. And Seth with the long gun is like, bro, did you really have to steal my moment?
Yeah, that's gonna get you into some team talks in the locker room. How dare you steal King Seth's knife? That was his knife kill.
That really was. 3 swings and he missed all of them. Instinct was like,
well,
dude.
Hold on. He technically hit the 3rd one. I just think that there was too much health. But
well, that just means you didn't get the right stab off. Come on, man. You gotta.
Yeah, exactly.
You hit the side, you didn't hit the back. Come on.
So, St. Clair now up to 6. 2 power ultimates in play until Skies takes down Tillo, and that means no more lockdown for the attacking side of St. Clair.
Good shot on the opener once more. And again, look at this one. Instead of an A-B split for the rush, it's a C-side split. This is a very long side hold. But again, counting on St. Clair not pushing the C side this time around has given you ample position in case they choose to do that slow rotate once more. Instead, JP, though, saying mid might be our exposure. Sky is ready to go tango once more, but JP ready with that shot. Grabs a dome, but sitting on 4 HP ain't easy. Slow rotate through Garage this time around. As Woody finds KOS with the lurk taken away, you can almost completely identify that St. Clair were holding on the A side instead, or Boise State were holding on the A side, and now they go for the C. St. Clair get the plant.
Silence. Yeah, that they do, and Woody gets to take out Daimyo, just adding insult to injury. So in this 4-on-2, St. Clair, you have the bomb, you got your complete control of the left half of the map. Skelesis trying to get some spam down for Speed. We'll be able to take care of Woody, but still, you have the numbers, you have plenty of time to play with. You figure one more person goes down, you can still try and play for time. That's JP falling, that's number 2 down. Prestige goes pushing, Seth gets the punish, and in the 1v2, Skelesis not going to be able to do much. So St. Clair have guaranteed a lead at the half, and it's off of these slow defaults where Boise State just pushes straight into the crosshairs of the St. Clair players.
I mean, I feel like Boise State are starting to say, guys, we don't really have that many options. We just got to kind of send it and pray for the best. And it's led to these situations. And again, I appreciate teams that are willing to kind of go haywire to try and throw the opponent off kilter. But there is a point where it almost feels like St. Clair are saying, guys, I mean, we like this. We like going, you know, kind of gun for gun, band for band style. And they'll try and check you every single time. So for Boise State, maybe the pace slows down a bit more here, but Instinct does not care. Sky's hiding once more, but both these Neons have been so highly aggressive. Pop on 1. Sky is waiting with that Bucky. And that smoke is a whole different story. Sky's can round the corner. Could be a nasty play, but no, you don't decide to. Side of A actually being hit now as well. Daimyo skitters out of the cross.
Instinct is a shooter, but he's not foolish. He's not just going to walk through a smoke dry, unchecked. So waits for the rest of the team to rotate, decide where they want to go. And again, it's that slow, quiet mid-round. Boise State, they might get a little antsy and they might swing here. And if they do that unfounded, there will be a punish out from Instinct.
That's all you need. Confidence boost granted to St. Clair. 3-4. Along that C side, 1 through the rod. You know that crossfire is going to be painful. KOS with a very awkward Viper spit just to kind of get themselves out of harm's way and rotate around. Wow. But they're still denied. Instinct read that like a book, snipes out yet another. And that's going to be that rotate you called about positioning. St. Clair now draw them out of C side. Makes that Viper spit completely negligible. KOS, though, said, I don't need the Viper spit to get that kill. Rips 1. Viper spit in retaliation on the B side. Daimyo finds an opportunity as Tillo is flung backwards. In the back end, Skelesis falls through as well. And Boise State have turned the table. St. Clair 2 on hand. Defenders lockdown, not covering a lot of that side. KOS rips through Woody as well. And the magic has been made. JP, 20 HP, can't stand inside of this lockdown. Gonna meet the mines as Skelesis sees the gun barrel. And it's a done deal. Boise State in the 11th hour is able to grab a win back.
Thrifty.
Yeah, they're able to grab it, and a thrifty at that. Comes off of playing in the
Last
chaos.
round in the half.
Boise State do enough. Grab those kills when St. Clair's in transition, trying to set up for the post plant. It works to their favor. So now a chance to right the wrongs of the middle of the half, end things 5-7, keep things as close as possible moving into the second half. But it's full guns on both sides, and St. Clair, most notably, have that lockdown from Tillo to go straight onto C, and fast.
Quick strike is necessary, but KOS was quicker. KOS with the snap on the 2. Instinct is lost. This is KOS playing on another level. Looks for a third, but no worries. Prestige has your back. Rip them back in retaliation, but Sep inside the zone. Prestige.
Oh.
That quick pick up, but Sep rips them away. The gun duels landing them all into a little bit of danger as Prestige gets a permanent revive. Sep, can you make the magic happen? And did look to the right once more. Prestige said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That corner leads to a Boise State win.
Switching sides.
Yeah, it's Prestige and Logs. Figured he killed me there once, he's not gonna check it again. And Prestige gambles correctly. So Boise State, they do slightly recover. They are able to pick up 5, but you have to remember that 2 of those 5 rounds they got included the pistol. So you want to hope for a little bit more coming out from Boise State coming into this second half. They are on the attack now. We get to see Koss in that lurking position over towards the A site. And we really want to see what the rest of this team can do when faced with the objective to push. Skies and Prestige going to be those key players to watch heading those entries.
Let's see if they can play a little bit harder here. Quiet start for the first time in what feels like ages. Of course, this is a pistol, so obviously it might be a little bit slower off the rip, but for St. Clair, on the defense, rotating longwise, held B for a moment, now pushing over towards these ton side. Looking around, no answer from Boise State. Boise State still looking towards that mid. 3 currently positioned. This guy's about to enter, recognizing that there might be eyes on them. Fast break through, a little bit of an orb to send on the entrance, forcing a split. 3-2, lurks behind. St. Clair ready for the 1v1s, pocket around the corner as KOS still on one from the previous round. Septo answers Daimyo's hands. Skelis is ready to go. Quick slide into the ground as Tillo tries to hold it down, but it ain't gonna happen. 2-man double up leaves Boise State in a comfortable position. 3v2. Now, only with pistols, St. Clair taps on the defense, tries to draw out eyes, and does it once more, but your location revealed means Woody gets some help. And here we go. 3v2 string shot. JP was ready!
Oh.
Are you kidding me? Great read on the entries.
Yeah. Woody and JP, they work together in that 2v2, get things done, and the shots from JP, like you said, absolutely phenomenal. And it works to their favor. It grabs St. Clair their 3rd of 4 pistols. Now get to anti-eco. The only fear is how successful will the force buy be from Boise State. We know they love going for this, especially when they get that spike planted. And we've seen it work out for the Broncos before. Will it happen again?
Well, that's one way to do it. KOS putting some heat on the instinct. Woody, though, right back with that Bulldog. And this 1v1 is another B-side hit. Quick rush in, but Seth shuts it at the doors this time around. Doesn't lose more than just 1 HP. Seth waiting for Tillo to clear it out. And now the final swing allows for the 3rd clean, concise crossfire with the spike down. Ain't no way Daimyo's gonna get close. 9 so far for St. Clair as they style a bit, moving closer to double digits.
St. Clair looking clean, looking calm. Back to a 4-round lead like they were before the end of the half. And because they were successful against countering the force from Boise State, they're rewarded. You can see JP outlaw in hand. It's going to do phenomenally well in this round. Granted, if he gets any fights coming his way, which as of right now, I think Boise State a little bit too wise to that idea.
Time, little understanding, but instinct ready with the snap. KOS tried their best. Daimyo, though, you can't sneak up on instinct this time around. Great read on those angles. Another in the back slot. I don't think they're willing to check that corner. Instead, it's a mid play for Skies. You know that corner is currently held. The boxes hold Seth on high. For Skies, you don't want to make any quick movement. There's a tap, though, as instinct picks up and slams his Skelos' shoulder. That's not what you like to see, as poor Sova has to walk away. Skies with the smoke dissipating. Not liking this one. And Seth and Instinct take apart 2 more. 1 left alive. The Skelos sitting on 24. They make the pace to play as Solo dancing in the crosshairs. Seems for one of their own. A flawless round for St. Clair.
St. Clair up to double digits off the back of that flawless. And this is an interesting defensive buy they've now strung together. Instinct on the operator. JP still sticking with the outlaw, which can still find value, by the way, if it finds a hit onto prestige. Interesting buy for sure, but still finds a way to get an opener.
Body 1. Ain't nobody gonna be body 2. Everyone just like, okay.
Hold on.
We're gonna back away. We found instinct. No need to push it any further.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, you did get Daimyo. Oh, never mind. Yeah, instinct spotted that.
Yeah. That feels so bad. Oh, Skelos at least gets 1 back. Seth is gone from the garage, but man, was that damage done. St. Clair can now rotate out, recognizing that Boise State ain't going to test that any further. They're still looking for the spike holder. 1 held in mid-windows, though, which might be the play to be held. KOS ready, fires on instinct, and takes their life away. They can now go for that plant in a 3v3, and for Boise State, one of the best opportunities they've had in a while. Swing through on garage. KOS doesn't get struck. But the person for a bit. JP pistol frag out on Skelos before Skies takes him out.
But that leaves the C site completely open for the taking. And that's exactly where the last 2 Boise State players will go. Koss and Skies. Ready to go ahead, stick that plant, try and play the 2-on-2. The only fear is that Tillo's been sitting here all the way in the back of C main this entire time. Skies isn't careful.
Ooh.
It's all a moot point. Koss gets it instead, and Woody, 2v1. Doable?
I mean, he's done it before. Problem is, you need 1 to peak early and the other to peak late, and then you get that freedom to play. Shock Bolt doesn't really land in perfect condition. However, that's going to be an eye going out. That's the way that you want to play it. Skies denying. Get the Viper to help. That'll be Boise State. Hold on to this 4-round differential, trying to close in. Keep St. Clair away from that dreaded 11.
Yeah, Boise State have managed to keep the St. Clair money in check off the back of that round. There might be a little bit of danger in round 18 in terms of the money. If St. Clair do still lose this, but for Boise State, not an impossible round by any means, and that opener is certainly going to help things. Instinct still being shut down here on map number 2 of Haven.
And we feels like Instinct has these up and down moments, and I mean, that's what you want a little bit out of your duelist. Willing to take those chances, willing to take that gamble. It feels like the magic has struck, though, and pass. Skies this time from that lead. Gets a second behind. Third not going to happen as Seth shuts that down, but the shutdown is not fast enough. The flood is still coming on in. Boise State with 4 against 2. And they're deeply spread over that C site.
Yeah, and Boise State's going to be able to get that plant. It's that 2-on-4 that we were talking about. Seth still going to try and go for this, but especially if you can dig out this player sitting in garage. You can get Skelesis here. Now you've really made a round for yourself. 2-on-3. You have a player going all the way through C main. Yet to be discovered. But time is your enemy. Woody needs to start moving faster.
For Woody, it's all about those exits, right? You don't feel like you're going to get the kills, but for Seth, it might be a difference. Not even close. Boise State locking in here. It feels like for map number 2 as they inch it ever closer. Quite a few in a row.
Yeah, now only 3 rounds the difference. Boise State trying to make a statement here. Looking to take St. Clair's map pick away from them. Force map 3. And we talked about the money. Now here's the compromise being made. Instinct has to use that overdrive now. Can't afford the rifle otherwise, and it's going to be this play straight down B off the back of the recon dart as well.
Oh!
Right into Sky's crosshair.
I feel like Skies knew that was going to happen. Woody's able to chase them down. It's a really great shot. Opens up space for JP to work out as well. Boise State still holding on to 3. St. Clair too healthy. And 1 on top of sight. Woody hears the footsteps, swings, catches Daimyo. Really nice shot, but not the spike holder. Need to see a bit more. Here's some more footsteps. Sees sight currently being invaded. Recon goes out. Is going to swing, ping out Woody. I don't know if you want to stay there. Don't really have a choice. Prestige gets that frag. And now it's all on 1. JP poison on the back sight. I don't think it's going to be enough. Because guess what? It's a 1v2. You don't get a say in when they're going to peek out once more. Boise State playing this one smart and very comfortable.
JP has orb. Could still throw it down, but unfortunately, Prestige is there. Swings at the perfect time, gets the headshot, shuts down the clutch before it can even be attempted. And St. Clair, now this is where you start to get a little bit nervous, right? Boise State, last 3 rounds in a row. You've really started to cripple your economy. Instinct and Tillo really not having that great of halves. You have to hope that, again, these hero rifles from Instinct, from JP, can do something in these rounds. But considering the economy of Boise State now, an operator in the hands of Daimyo, it's not going to make things easy for you if you're St. Clair by any means.
Nope. Force around the corner. Daimyo was ready. Snipes out JP, and St. Clair got cheeky and got slapped for it. 1 down once more, and I mean, Boise are making this one tough here. 4 ultimates ready to go as well, and St. Clair are lost in the sauce. Instinct creeping up on this ace site. Teammate in the back pocket. You gotta frag out. You gotta find that hit, and for KOS, you're holding the angle perfectly. Hits a brain on Instinct and gets that dome. Perfect shot number 1. Can you recognize Seth in the back corner, who only has a Bucky? Gotta get a lot closer. And you better be ready to fire every single bullet in that chamber. 1 goes down. 2nd up on high, but guess what? That revive was perfect. 2 left alive for St. Clair once more. Boise State, pseudo 5.
St. Clair now you really just have to go for the damage. You do guarantee the body down from Prestige, but 2-on-4, you want more. Woody's Sheriff aimed and ready. Covered rifle. Let's get Daimyo. So at least some damage being done.
I mean, you need more than damage right now. It's almost like a win is in their eyes. Quick double smoke, though, denies me further advantage, and that's why Skies is pushing. Really great call. You saw one from the top road. Tillo is able to answer back. Of course, taking out 2 members is great, but it ain't the round for yourselves. So Boise State will claim and put themselves 1 away. The climb across the hill has been made, and St. Clair now feel Boise State breathing down their neck.
And crucially for Boise State, that operator remains in their hands. St. Clair now calling a timeout. I believe their first in this series. And it comes at an important time. Boise State just taking the last 4 rounds in a row. You need this timeout. Cut up the momentum. Seth's talking to the boys right now. Where do you go if you're St. Clair? I mean, you can't really push anything now because of the Daimyo op. I guess just play retake off the lockdown. Maybe try and set up for a trap play because we know that Boise State can go aggressive at times.
That is a question that I'd like answered as well, but at the current moment, you can almost see, I do want to point out, Skelesis with a heavy sigh of relief, it feels like, to be this close to St. Clair. You saw it earlier before the timeout, fully started, but I mean, for St. Clair, gotta agree. There's a lot of question marks up in the air. Instinct getting picked off in the early stages. None of these early kind of pokes have been working for them. No major first bloods as well. And we're going to watch this one play out here. 10-9 is the scoreline. Boise State trying to push themselves to a map 3. St. Clair looking to lock this down. Let's see if they can do it. Long haul on that wall from Viper. St. Clair sectioning off C and B. Slow start for Boise State, though, as they try to determine where they want to go.
Well, as of right now, Boise State really trying to see if St. Clair does get aggressive. And we know for a fact that St. Clair, they're not going to do it unfounded. They're not just going to swing things dry. So while they do have some space given over towards this A side of the map, and it's going to kind of liberate the rest of the defense to anchor in deeper. That kill onto Instinct from Koss is huge.
You should run.
I want to say that's the 3rd or 4th time that we've actually seen Instinct go down in a 1v1 for first blood in these last 4 rounds alone. It's been a very difficult time for him to kind of rebound from. It just ain't working towards the end. Boise State taking this one nice and slow. Lockdown gonna
Woody
be
has a chance.
That's the chase in. Woody, though, good spray. Skelesis locked away, and that might be the chance. St. Clair answering back in spades. Instinct went down. No worries. This timeout has been ours. Tillo locked in as well. And Boise State nearly bum rushed in that situation. I cannot believe what we just watched here. St. Clair jump alive with a finish to put them at 11.
And the huge part about that round is they are able to collect the op from Daimyo. It goes into the hands of Instinct. You have to give credit for Woody there. Not rotating. Call was made that they could still come back A. You need to hold that space. We have the numbers to get the rest of the map under control. Woody uses that opportunity perfectly, grabs 2 kills onto Koss and Skelesis. Make sure that spike gets dropped in an unrecoverable position. Now Instinct gets to hold that op over towards C long.
And now they hunt once more. Instinct, they are locking down where Instinct is at almost every step, but this time Instinct uses themselves as bait. Take a look at this. Dances out of harm's way, and then dances right back in. I just gave you credit, my man. Please don't make me look bad. Skelesis locks away that life once again in the first blood. St. Clair have worked here before, though. B side, hit by the Viper's Pit, denies entry. Boise State working it slow with the lockdown. Heavy investment into what is a preemptive denial of the sites.
Trying to push these players away from that A site, give it up.
Scanning ahead.
To the credit of Tillo,
Found them.
they did give up the A site. They are over towards the C side of the map All 5 players looking towards the 3rd letter of the alphabet.
Oh! Seth, what a shot. Sees another. One more comes around the corner. Woody's able to help out. However, the damage has still been done. Sky locks out Woody, and it's down to a 2v3. What does he say? Really want to make this team, but JP has some other words to say. KOS trades back and smattering on either side. Tillo, 1 life left to live. Shorty hand for KOS. Toss, what can you do? Tillo hops down inside garage.
They play in the pit. Skelesis has that off angle.
And really nice shot. Skelesis locks it in. Boise State chase once more, 1 round away.
1 round before confirming all 24 rounds of regulation. St. Clair, they've decided to go for it. They're giving it up unless you could see some crazy sheriff shots being hit. Only some shotguns in the hands of Seth and JP. Everything else, it's about the 6-shooter.
Oh my lord. Angel. It's crazy. Instinct hasn't died yet.
Okay. Hold on, give it 10 more seconds. Give it 10 more seconds. Things could change.
You're not wrong, but still. First time it does feel like St. Clair are giving them a lot more breath to work, but there it is, that push up mid, diverting into a 1v1 is gonna happen. Instinct goes down! Why did that happen? JP though sees a gun sticking out. It's a 1-for-1. One of the better situations to occur. Really nice use of that Viper wall. One more to go down that hallway. Skelesis recognizing that could be a dangerous spot. Rest of the team for Boise State though, saying, guys, can we look through garage? St. Clair watching. Skies overcharged, ready to rush. Can't walk over that poison though. Doesn't want to get caught. Lasers down JP, who swings into that beam. And it's such a clean overtake. St. Clair once again battling from the back lines.
Yeah, they don't have the numbers. They don't have the weaponry. You just have to hope that you can keep things limited in terms of the conversions of weapons. Seth going in, judge in hand. Making plenty of noise in garage. Tillo goes in, Tillo goes down. And at this point, Woody and Seth, the more limited you keep things, the better.
1 enemy remaining.
No!
Saw the 3rd person perspective of that kill.
And that makes it hurt even more, honestly. That sucks to watch. I'm pretty sure that was the last bullet in the clip as well. It's just like, dude, are you serious? Poor Seth hanging on for dear life. And it ain't gonna work. Woody goes down with that spike. And Angel, we talked about it. We saw the glimmers. Boise State poised once more to either take this map or push us to an OT.
And we really could see it. These last couple calls from St. Clair, they haven't been working. Instinct hasn't been set up in the way he needs to find value.
Alright.
We are. It's the last chance for St. Clair. Woody goes in, tries to find that fight, and does get the kill onto Koss. Instinct as well opens things up onto Skies. And St. Clair, it took them a couple rounds to get back into the swing of things. They finally opened things up with a double entry at that.
I mean, you say it took them a couple of rounds. It took them like 7, dude. Boise State quite literally marched to their side.
Standing ahead.
But St. Clair, as you said, all they needed to do was wake up in this moment. Instinct hitting a nasty frag, followed behind the Hunter's Fury. Now they need to close it out. They cannot get too excited. Skelesis is still on the map. Tillo is gone. The Star Fragger, it felt like, creating these opportunities back at map 1 at the beginning of the map. Down once again, 4v3. Damage has been done though, 100%. Boise State now a little bit worried about the rotations. A-site, which hasn't been hit in ages, by the way, is now at the forefront here. Are they going to push though? 30 seconds left.
Toxin screen down.
I mean, it feels like they have to. Otherwise, they're going
30
to be
seconds left.
stomping their way to C. Seth is up top here, and I don't think that's going to be checked anytime soon. Even though it was, Seth gets out of there in time.
Sees a
Players
foot.
to the better here.
Ah! Daimyo read that, saw them up there as well, and that was just a straight up wood shot, but Woody rips it apart once more, and with that corner box, JP holds it down. That's going to be St. Clair to push themselves to series point.
After 6 rounds in a row of Boise State coming back, clawing their way to 11-11, St. Clair wake up, and who else but the man on your screen, Woody, to open up the round with the Hunter's Fury, get a tag as well that allows Instinct to capitalize in the back line, diving in off of the chaos. Skelesis calls the timeout, has to rally the remaining troops for Boise State, get that morale up because it's now or never. You've taken teams to overtime before. You did it with West Virginia. The problem was there, you couldn't convert. Now's your chance to take things in overtime, bring it to map 3, right the wrongs of last week.
I wonder what they're talking about. That's my question. Boise State, as you said, have clawed their way here. They have been in this nigh exact same situation, and they have lost in those moments. They are hoping to change their luck, as you said, and it might come off of once more locking Instinct down to that last position. Can you trace where Instinct will be one more time? Can you find that opening frag? Or are you looking for someone completely different? Sky's a bit slow. Doesn't want to rush this push. Smoke to cover the tracks, but no one on St. Clair's side is willing to take the bait. Surf.
Yeah, this round the focus is Seth. This kind of
they see him.
Graceful watch over the B site. They got the info, but they're not going to get the kill. Seth's not going to re-swing in dry. Plays the spam war, but to no avail. No bullets will connect on either side. It's this C site to be tested one more time. Instinct and JP both here. Dart broken in perfect time.
I mean, we're breathing heavy at this point. Boise State.
Yeah.
Time is ticking down. 50 seconds left. We've seen them push with less, but they really
way.
don't want to force themselves in. Woody backing away from sight just in time for what is a peek from Skies once again. All needs to be dropped here, and they are going to be looking on in. Dash on in, and Woody was ready. Daimyo, though, answers right back. It's a 1-for-1 so far, and Daimyo has been so on point. And one of these more regulations with Seth with a heart spray gets one for free.
left.
Instinct able to round out instead. Instead of the opener, Instinct is looking to close it out. Tillo spots one out, and Skelesis can't get the plan. They're down to just 20 seconds. St. Clair can make this pitch and close out this series. Angel, they can do it. Boise State might have clawed, but St. Clair might reach it first. There's that full plant.
10
Noise being
seconds
made.
left.
Skelesis stopped the plants. It finally goes in the last second, but they're going to swing as 2. Instinct able to lock down one. Tillo locks out the other, and it's done. St. Clair, after a nail-biter of a game 2, will close out this series.
St. Clair, in the final moments of regulation, bring their map pick across the line and convert a 2-0 victory yet again, this time over Boise State.
Wild stuff. And we give credit where credit is due, and I want to give as much credit as possible. Boise State, I think, surprised you and I there. We were sitting there going, hey, this is St. Clair's map pick. We assume St. Clair are going to be strong, and we assume that they are going to rock house. Boise State, second half, clawed the crap out of poor Instinct in the opener. I don't know what changed in there, but it was working.
Yeah, no, that was a phenomenal game plan from Boise State, and it worked. Instinct tried to get things going for that St. Clair defense, and it just didn't happen again and again and again. And that's why you saw such a powerful takeover display from Woody. I mean, this guy, 25 kills, topped the leaderboard for both sides. just an absolutely ridiculous display from him. Reminder, on the Sova, this guy still had like 4 or 5 first bloods.
Yeah.
I mean, that alone is insane.
Yeah, and I think giving credit to all the players as well, this is one of the messiest scoreboards that we have seen personally, interlocking everyone getting up in that scoreboard area, and it just goes to show how everyone was willing to battle. And I think the marking, I really wish we could get a little bit of a talk with Boise State and hear exactly how they were doing it, because that was an entire mentality shift. And for St. Clair, you know they were hurting at the end of it. That timeout when they were nipping at the heels is like one that we have to kind of dissect a little bit further. But honestly, great match played overall between the two. St. Clair come out on top, which does mean we will get to pick their brain just a wee bit. We are going to go to a very short intermission. When we come back, a little bit of an interview coming from one of the St. Clair members to see how they felt about the match itself. We'll be back in just a bit.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. Because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round.
One-sided map 1, a very close map number 2, and we are here with the man that made it happen that we didn't see a map number 3. Woody joins us here on the desk for a little bit of an interview. Woody, how you feeling after that match? Probably a little bit closer than you expected.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling good. On Haven, it got a little bit close towards the end. Like we let the game kind of escape a little bit from our control and defense, but like we close it out, so all good.
I kind of want to talk about that just really quick, right? We talk about that last round with the round that you guys got to get to 12 where you used the ult.
Yeah.
What was the kind of feeling like from you specifically, not necessarily the team, but just from you about a lot of these plays that you were making throughout the series with that level of impact? Like, where does that come from for you?
I mean, I think it's more like from comfort, because I know on Haver for sure, every time I'm on defense and I have my ult, I know for sure that I'm getting at least 1, maybe 2 most times if I ult like on defense at the beginning of the round. So I just have like this comfort that I can like get an advantage to my team, and then we can build around from it. Even we could be equal, and then like if I have my ult, I know we can win, you know?
I kind of wanted to build on that too, not just with the ults on Haven, but also talking about Bind a little bit, because for both of those games, right, there were moments where Boise State was able to string together quite a few rounds or keep up with you guys. So, you know, from your end of things, when Boise State can build that momentum, or just as a team, when you guys kind of get that challenge, like, how do you guys stay like so mentally focused and calm in those games?
I mean, like we have the mentality of we just go next round, like what happened. You just don't care. You just go next round, and you just think like on the present and on the future. You know, don't care about the past.
I like it. I like it. Kind of move that game forward. Angel, do you have a few more to ask here?
I do. So this is,
all right.
You know, we talked to JP last week after your guys' win against Ohio State.
Say hi. Say hi. Come on, say hi.
JP cameo.
Hey, there he is.
So, you know, I asked him, you know, about what he wants more. Obviously, he wants to play more chamber. So I'm now gonna ask you, you know, if you got the option to take control of the comps
I'll play Sova every map.
You're playing Sova every map?
I'll play Sova every map.
All right, I want to see the Sova, the Woody Sova, and then the chamber from JP on Bind. Okay, we're gonna have to talk to Seth and make it happen.
Not gonna lie, my deadlock is also fire. So yeah.
It is. You were proving it on Bind, my friend.
Thank you.
I like it. I like it. Now the final question, of course, coming in here. Woody, obviously the St. Clair Saints have gone through a very, very tiny restructuring in there. And so now that you're about 3 weeks deep into this, how are you guys feeling about moving into the rest of the season here? I'm guessing fairly confident after some of these map wins, but as a team structurally, has it been more sound as the weeks go on?
As the time passed, like I feel we build more and more confidence on each other and on the game plan that we're building. Because like at the start things were kind of rough, but I think we're improving a lot, like screen by screen, week by week, VOD by VOD, and we're just building it up.
Alright, I like it. Obviously it has been a challenge, but you guys have adapted well, and the victory tonight obviously proves that. Thank you very much, Woody, for the interview, and congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
With that being said, obviously, you know, Woody joining on in with the JP cameo, these two kind of led the squad to get back into that map number 2. It scared us for a little bit. We were excited to see a little bit of breeze on the back end, but St. Clair said they had a little bit of an early night and only ended on a 13-11.
Oh yeah, why not, right? Get out of here as soon as possible. But for us, unfortunately, that also means the end of the Division 1 Valorant streams here in week number 3. And I mean, what a fantastic ride we had this Monday night.
Yeah, it was an up and down hill in multiple ways, and honestly, I couldn't ask for any other way. Angel, it was a blast working with you here tonight. Congratulations, St. Clair, not only on the Valorant side, but on the league side as well. I took a little peek over there, and they took victory across both, so very proud of them there. Shout out to our production side. I believe we had Abix on the observation with Chippy on the production, giving you all the fun views. Of course, my name is Orbital. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you all next week, Sunday, for some more Division 1 Valorant action. Thank you so much. Have a good night.